Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Preserve Championships. We are just outside of Minneapolis, Minnesota, at Kale's Place, otherwise known as the Airborne Preserve. This man, Bradley Williams, has a 3-shot lead today, and there'll be chasers. There'll be plenty of them on this very competitive course, including our reigning champion, Ricky Wysocki. He hoisted the bear in 2021. However, Simon Lizotte flexing on him. He's going for his 3rd Disc Golf Pro Tour Elite Series win in a row. And we know he's got all of the skills necessary to do so. Welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined alongside 3-time world champ Nate Doss. And Nate, Bradley Williams has the lead, but we've got a lot of things going on out there. What jumps out as your top stories today? Well,
storylines galore, but the top 3 of them definitely have to be Simon Lizotte going for the first all-time 3-in-a-row Disc Golf Pro Tour victories, and that would certainly be an incredible feat for him. But remember, you have Ricky Wysocki, the defending champion. He is on the chase card, but he's at that outside edge as somebody who could certainly come back and win coming off the Lyme's disease flare-up. I think this is a crucial day for Ricky, get himself right back in the flow. But more importantly, we have our leader, Bradley Williams. It has been 2,191 days since Bradley Williams won the very first Disc Golf Pro Tour out in Maple Hill, and it's an incredible sight to see. He's been a machine all week long.
Well, and we're looking at some of the highlights that he's been providing because he's so smooth, so dialed, so focused. Saw the shot on 3 a moment ago. Here he is putting it up on hole number 4, putting it right next to the pin. Hole number 9 yesterday. We saw some fireworks here. Bradley Williams said, I'm going to do what I need to. Put it just left of the pin. He's going to cash that in for the birdie. Then he moves over to hole number 10, and from long range, cashes in the birdie, even with the OB looming directly behind the basket. Hole 17, peering the gap, just as you would expect. Close range, drops that in, picks up the birdie. Simon Lizotte, though, says, hey, I got this trick shot thing down. I can provide a few highlights. In fact, I think I'm kind of well known for it. And picks up the birdie there on hole number 7, gets both 6 and 7. Then he walks over here to hole number 15 and says, hey, we saw the eagle earlier by Kelvin. I've got an eagle of my own from long range, 310 feet. Simon Lizotte making highlights. That's what he does. And then closes out with the eagle. You see all that blue and dark blue on the scorecard. What an incredible finish, and he's going to need some more of that today probably to not only fend off some of the other competitors, but also to hunt down Bradley Williams. The question is today, who's going to hug the bear?
Baby. Love you guys. Kale, give me the bear, dude. Come on. Ah! Ah! All right. Jump in the fire. This is the trophy? That's the trophy. You'll get your name engraved on it. Wow. That's awesome. That's cute training.
One of the longest throws in the game.
All right, everybody, let's get ready to send off our chase card. First up on the box from Scottsdale, Arizona, please welcome Ricky Wysocki. Next up from Gainesville, Florida, make some noise for Double G, Garrett Gerthy. Joining us from Estonia, give a warm Minnesota welcome to Albert Tam. Rounding out our chase card from Arden, North Carolina, show some love for Noah Five-Ash.
They've showed up again. They never disappoint. We've got our third day in a row. That incredible couple out here. Some of our favorite spectators taking in the action. Bob Ross and, well, Bob Ross's assistant, it appears. And someone else who's going to assist us throughout the day. Of course, we're talking about the bear himself, Brian Earhart, on the ground. Brian, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Terry, it is starting to heat up in all sorts of ways. The weather is starting to heat up. We are finally above the 70-degree mark here. The sun is shining. The wind is just as strong as ever, and the crowd is huge right now. This is going to be an electrifying final round. I cannot wait to see this get going.
We appreciate the insight, and we're going to take a look at our current conditions. Just 70 degrees, and would you look at that, the humidity feels like it's plummeting at this rate. It's been as high as 80% earlier this weekend. Our wind speed now, though, at 18 miles per hour, so it's ramped up. The humidity has calmed down, and the wind direction, it says northwest. Just literally go ahead and put every letter in the alphabet there because it is swirling everywhere. It was this morning. It picked up yesterday afternoon. It carried on this morning, and I think it's going to even intensify this afternoon.
No question about it, Terry. If you were watching this morning as Paige Pierce went on to win her second Preserve Championship, the wind on the finishing stretch is so crucial. It was a headwind all the way home from 13 basically to the finish. 17 plays a little bit of a side wind, but I would think that if you're Bradley Williams, you would like a little bit of lead over a guy like James Conrad, because as you come back into that headwind, I think birdies are going to be a little bit more difficult to get. We still expect them to be gotten, but just that much more difficult.
Here's Noah Five-Ash. Looks like he was maybe borrowing the rangefinder there from Albert.
Now, it's reading in meters, though, so...
Yeah, I'm hoping he's doing that conversion. Noah's been grinding it out on tour. So great to see him. I had the pleasure of filming him a few months ago, watching him play in a competitive A-tier down there in Florida, and really him and his dad have been all around the country.
Yeah, and I would say Noah's done a great job at grinding it out here at the Preserve Championship. He's kind of hung around that 10th place position all tournament long, all the way back to Friday when he finished quite early in the day. He's stuck in there. guys like this that are on tour, that are, you know, don't have a lot of high finishes, days like today are so crucial for Noah. Get himself a little bit of experience and confidence, I think, is the two key words for 5-ash.
He comes in as a 117th in the UDisc rankings, rated 1,004.
Girthy gets the red flag here on number 1. That's a huge mistake for Garrett. 1 playing as one of the easiest holes on the course. This is a big tailwind off the tee pad. 48% of the field so far have birdied here on 1. So big mistake from Garrett early on. Garrett, one of those guys, Terry, at 19 under that we were saying is the kind of the edge of the people who have a chance to still yet win this tournament. The other guy with him at 19 is Ricky Wysocki.
Dialed it up. That's going to be a drop-in birdie for Wysocki to open his round today. And making his return, we saw him out here yesterday. Celebrity chef and all-around great guy. Had a chance to spend some time with Chef Andrew Zimmerman out there, along with James Conrad's significant other, Jordan. Jordan with Minnesota roots as well. Great shot by Albert. He's on the putting green looking for a birdie. In the meantime, while they move around to the green, we're going to do our UDisc course close-up, looking at the preserve over here. Established in 2020, there are typically 3 courses on site. The Black Bear course this weekend is a hybrid of those 3 courses, coming in at just short of 11,000 feet, playing as a par 66. Par 5, 1,280 feet. We saw some fireworks on a couple of the par 5s yesterday, and if we want you to go out and make sure you download UDisc today, the app for disc golfers. Great way to find your way to the next course, or even when you're on a course, it's a great way to find your way to the next tee or pin for whatever course you're playing. UDisc, the app for disc golfers. And Girthy trying to get near the pin on 1, and he'll be left with a short-range putt there for bogey.
Yeah, Terry, Garrett Girthy, in his post-round interview after day 1 here, he really mentioned how avoiding those bogeys was so crucial. He had 0 bogeys at the Beaver State Fling, which he was the eventual winner of, and an impressive feat in its own right. But yesterday he did pick up his first bogey of the tournament, and then starting today with a bogey. You know, for Garrett, he's just going to have to move on. It's just the first hole of an 18-hole round, but a bogey nonetheless at best for Girthy.
And Noah just barely gets it over the edge and finds the bottom of the basket, starting out strong with the birdie.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy putt by any means with that strong tailwind. So good fortune to bounce off that front rim. Here's Tam. This is Albert's 2nd full season on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Picked up his first victory in the Silver Series earlier this year down in Tallahassee. Bright future for Tam.
eventually puts that into the heart of the chains.
Boy, that wind is whipping up right there.
Yeah, and I'll just go ahead and say, anyone, if they think they're going to outlast or wait out the wind, it's not going to happen today.
No.
It will be constant throughout. Double G just hoping to limit his mistake to a bogey here on hole 1.
That was one of the things yesterday that Bradley Williams was able to extend his lead by his play into the headwind on the finishing holes yesterday. Let's see if he can do it again.
Well, that's our third card. They're off and running. We're excited to bring you all of the final day action at the Preserve Championship. We'll be back in a moment.
To me, Airborne is the expression of flight. That's kind of the representation of the brand that we wanted to build. The visual that we wanted to get from this stamp is the connection between man and nature, and man's connection to the natural world that people are able to find through disc golf. We wanted to have a disc that all players could trust. It'll be a great tool for a lot of players. It feels great to have Prodigy have enough trust and faith in me to make this disc for me and to make this full line, and I'm so excited to be able to share it with the whole disc golf world.
Property right on the Mississippi River is not something that you come across every day. So, you know, just the beauty of it, the nature, the wildlife. I'm up here working so often, and it's so pleasant just to be here. Like when I get here early in the morning and see the sun shining across the river in a certain way, or like playing an evening round with friends, like during golden hour, it's just like the place is so special to me and all like my friends and the people that love the preserve, because it truly is like a sanctuary. So after our rounds, we're swimming. But just like enjoying the space and being, you know, grateful to be so blessed with a place like this to put in so much work.
Cale LaVisca, one of the greatest players of all time in our sport. I spoke with him after his round on Friday, and he really just said there was nothing but gratitude that he had after all the hard work. If you build it, they will come, is exactly what he said. And for him, he just wants to be an inspiration to all the property owners out there. You can build a great course and run a huge tournament. Cale LaVisca, a true legend.
Trying to cement himself.
All right, everybody,
legendary status. This man, Bradley Williams.
Up here today. These four guys are going to be battling to put their initials on our preserve trophy here. First up on the box, shooting 2 matching 12 unders, 54-54, from Austin, Texas, Bradley Williams. Down on the weekend, just 3 back, from Germany, Simon Lizotte. Next up from Blacksburg, Virginia, your current PDGA World Champion, James Conrad. And there are just 4 strokes separating this card at 20 down on the weekend. Welcome up from Wyoming, Michigan, Kyle Klein.
A special anniversary, because just 1 year ago today, that man who's on our card, James Conrad, the most memorable shot in disc golf history, and also one of the most clutch shots in all of sports.
The competitor in me, Terry, is just like Kevin Jones. Hands on my head. How is it possible? What a day it was. I'll never forget it.
You have to wonder what kind of feelings does he wake up with on a day like today. Not only is it 1 year ago that he threw the shot, but then he'd go into the playoff and eventually take his first world championship title down. Very special moments. We're seeing Double G not convert on a birdie look. Meanwhile, Ricky Wysocki trying to go 2 for 2 to open up his round.
Already approved. 2 for 2. Ricky hunting him down.
And as we said, very special anniversary. Bradley Williams, 6 years ago to this very day, won the first ever Disc Golf Pro Tour event taking place over there at Maple Hill. It was the Vibram Open. It was in a dramatic playoff fashion against Michael Johansson. I remember being there watching it as it all unfolded, the very start of the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and I'll say it again, we owe so much of where we're at today thanks to the visionary and the hard work by Steve Dodge, and where it's all carried from since his inception.
Yeah, incredibly set there, Terry. And what a great shot from Conrad. Good start to his day. 3 of the 4 here on hole number 1. Pretty good shots. The only one that's in question is the one from Simon Lizotte. Now, he is in bounds, but well off to the right. It's a longer, trickier second shot for Lizotte.
Wysocki trying to open with a turkey here on hole number 3. That's got to check up, and it does before he finds the sidewalk on the left side. So that'll be his longest putt of the round. Let's see if he can convert for his 3rd birdie.
Just from this tall grass, hard to get good footing. Now you're dealing with a crosswind here off his left. Great distance control from Lizotte inside circle 1, almost a certain birdie. Nice shot. Wants to put pressure on Williams right away. Like to be back in it by hole 9, possible. Here's Girthy.
This looks perfect. Just a few feet short for Double G, Garrett Girthy.
Now, if anybody knows Bradley Williams as we do, we saw his post-round interview yesterday. Very succinct, very to the point. That's Bradley Williams. He is, as I was saying yesterday, a veteran disc golfer. You know, it's been 2,000 days since he won his last Pro Tour, but he had won several big tournaments before that as well. So this guy knows how to win, and that's the difference between, you know, a guy that maybe we haven't seen for a while.
Well, he knows how to birdie hole 1, because that's going to be a tap-in for Williams.
It's been a while since we've had a final group where all 4 of the competitors in the group have, you know, Pro Tours, majors, all that kind of good stuff. And that's what we have today. And we have a, you know, 2-time world champion sitting on the chase card. Yeah, it's a good day to be watching disc golf at the Preserve.
Kyle Klein, of course, took down Idlewild last year in dramatic fashion, holding off his tied competitor at regulation. That was Andrew Marweed. Klein taking it down on the 2nd hole of the playoff. Inside the circle here, looking for a birdie. We mentioned it. We're going to jump back to 2016, 6 years ago to the day.
Get down there.
This was the playoff. I was standing right on that tee pad. Terry, you were out there as well. That was a massive tee shot, just a little bit right in the trees there. And there was a situation where Michael Johansson actually went out of bounds after hitting off a swirl. Unbelievable what happened, but Bradley taking advantage, and he went on to become the champion. I just saw your head there, Terry. And there's MJ. There's Tear Bear. Looking good, Terry.
Getting in there, trying to get the interview to talk to that man. Our first ever Disc Golf Pro Tour champion. So clearly just the emotions and thinking of this very unique day. Bradley Williams hasn't been in contention to take down another event of this size since then. And now he may do it on the same day 6 years later.
Yeah, and Pierce did the same thing this morning. She was the first champion out there in Maple Hill, and she went on to win this morning in pretty dominant fashion. So, I mean, this is a day in history. There's no question about it.
Yeah, and as you're seeing on the screen, Katrina Allen defeated Paige Pierce, throwing that incredible shot on 18 for her to claim her world title, her 2nd. On this date just last year, and then of course James Conrad in his shot. So 626, pretty big day here in disc golf. Here's James Conrad for birdie.
for the first time since that shot. I got to see James in person here in the Pacific Northwest, spent a little time with him, and James is the exact same person he was right before that shot, and he hasn't changed a bit, and I think he's done a tremendous job at carrying the weight of one of the most memorable shots in all of sports. He is a great champion, there's no doubt about that.
Great birdie putts here to get things going. Acting as if wind is no factor here on the green. And would you look at that, Nate? We're going to open our final round with a star frame. All 4 birdies.
Can't do much better than that, Terry.
There's Double G, a birdie look on hole 3. Online but short for Girthy.
Yeah, I can just kind of see it in Garrett's demeanor. He's just, that confidence has slipped just a little bit after what was looking like he was going to be the leader after 2 rounds. It's a bad play in the final few holes. Still playing well, still has a chance.
On the lower part of your screen, you see a pair of, well, little red rectangles. That is the short and then long tees that we're finding on 2, and then off on the right side where you see the red rectangle, that is the tee of 3. So you see that holes 2 and 3 really play in parallel to one another. Very different fairways, though. One has a million trees and, well, one doesn't really have any.
I think there's 1,000,001 on this hole, Terry.
Well, and a double Mando, which is also adds to the stress.
Yeah, it's incredibly crucial. Got to get it online. Bradley has played this hole tremendously well through 2 days. Make it 3 for 3. That's a good one. Right up the gap. There is that double Mando, and the double Mando is about 80 feet off the front of the tee, roughly. But this hole, if you put it on line out of your hand and you're holding straight, you're going to have a good shot. Bradley just proved that.
Overstable flex back there for Simon Lizotte. Putting it on Anheuser and filtering all the way through the trees just to go deep. We'll have a birdie look.
Yeah, that was a tricky little shot from Simon, going with the overstable fairway driver, it looked like. Maybe really overstable mid, but yeah, tricky. Made the Mando. No problems. Conrad was just trying to work a baby turnover off that left side. Just pushed it a little too straight.
This looks great by by Kyle Klein. I don't think he's quite the designer. I was going to give him credit for it being Kelvin. And we're going to take a look. The control room's calling this the patented smooth shot out of Bradley Williams. Makes it look so easy. He's clearly just incredibly fluid. Well, if you have anything that you'd like to protect, whether that's a copyright or a patent that you'd like to file, maybe you have a logo or a trademark, reach out to our friends over at Sunstein Law. They can assist with all of those needs. I know we always want to give the title of Mr. Smooth to Cale LaVisca. Bradley Williams right there with him. And again, Sunstein is who you need to reach out to, a great partner of the Disc Golf Pro Tour and the Disc Golf Network. We are double G, T of 4.
T of 4, crucial to get it in proper landing zone. Garrett is going to be long of that landing zone there. And I think at that depth, the angle down that fairway, the second half of that fairway becomes a lot more challenging. Distance wasn't a problem on that one, Terry. He was way out there.
Well, distance was a problem here for Kyle Klein, who's gone deep, putting back at the basket, trying to pick up his second birdie of the round.
Yeah, he had this problem yesterday, just unable to get it real close. Forced to try to make a lot of putts. But a lot better putting so far. You know, they made that good one on hole 1, now a good one on 2.
Simon answers. And James is going to fall off the birdie train. The rest of the card has revved up here.
But James is saying, I got my ticket. Well, I paid. What's going on?
I'm ready to go. Well, Bradley Williams doesn't want anybody to get in his way.
Not gonna.
He's keeping it rolling. We're going to stand down for just a moment. We'll be right back from the tee of 3.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your disc golf warehouse. With a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, shirts, and more. GottaGoGottaThrow.com has all the tools to take your game to the next level. Shop online or our Golden Valley, Minnesota store. Free shipping with all online orders over $75. Online or in-store, get what you need for the game you love. GottaGoGottaThrow.com, your disc golf warehouse. In the game since 1993.
And welcome back.
Yesterday in his post-round interview, Brad Williams said that he had been working on his footwork. You know, that kind of seems like a very generic response, but it actually makes sense. Bradley Williams has a very slow delivery, and if that footwork is out of timing whatsoever, his upper body becomes out of timing. So I think a crucial factor for him is that slow, methodical run-up, keeping his feet in place.
Playing the flex, and that's going to filter to the left side but not get all the way to the OB cart path, so he's fine.
So there's about 4 of those that he throws. These S-curve shots versus more of a power shot up the right side that you're going to see from some of our players, and that was what I was concerned about. Can he commit to those the way he did yesterday? Leaves that one short. Let's see if Lizotte can take advantage. The close one.
Asking for it to sit down. He's going to be pretty much right next to Bradley.
Yep. Here on 3, you do have to commit on that right side if you're going to go with an overstable disc. Hole 3, 408 feet. Pretty much dead away. Pin located on a little hill, little slope to the left. There's that commitment.
I love it. Pushing it out to the right side to let it, as it's dying off, it's filtering. We're coming right to the pin, dying at the pin. Great shot by Klein. We saw Double G's tee shot.
Sharp angle for Garrett here to get to the left, and he hits a corner tree. He stayed in the middle. Should be a relatively easy up and down for Garrett to get a par on 4.
Looks like that's turned over to the right side. Doesn't have enough time to come back, or enough air underneath it anyway to come all the way back. But still a very makeable birdie putt for Conrad. Wysocki throwing his second on 4.
Yeah, this is a great tee shot. Just on the left side as well, but going to go to the sidearm here. Just going to try to bend a slow turnover. About perfect.
It certainly is. And as they move up the fairway, I want to check in with Brian, who's out on the ground. Brian, we saw that turnover on James. Did you catch anything with the wind and what maybe he gave you some insight on earlier today?
Yeah, you know, on that one, he just turned it over a little bit too much. He almost got the fight back that he was looking for, but he actually, talked to me before the round. I asked him about how he approaches some of these really unpredictable swirling winds that we've been seeing all week. And James just looked at me, smiled, and said, if I don't trust the wind, I throw low and flat every single time. And honestly, that's a fantastic strategy out here. I think that'll get him a long way, and clearly it has already.
Well, I'm going to follow up with you because we just saw a great shot by Ricky Wysocki, and you said Wysocki's feeling better today too?
Yeah, Ricky looked at me today and said he's been feeling better than he has in a long time, certainly better than he felt yesterday. And man, the disc in the first couple of holes that he threw, they are coming out of his hand very, very solid, very confident. So he's going to be another one to keep an eye on today.
We certainly will. We saw the approach that he had on 4. But here's Bradley Williams going for his 3rd birdie in a row.
Not a make, but a very good bid from Bradley Williams. Really crucial from distance that he's finding that range, that he's on the basket, giving it good opportunities. Simon was making them from all over yesterday. Let's see if he can get back on that train.
Choo-choo, my friend. Simon Lizotte. What a great putt here. Hole number 3. That means he's starting out 3 for 3 and bringing himself within 2 of Williams.
Yeah, that's a confident Simon Lizotte right there. Paul Ulibarri on his bag this week. He mentioned that he was talking with Yuli a little bit throughout the round and talking through a couple of shots. So his good friend and veteran disc golfer Paul Ulibarri helping him out. James has been good from Circle 2 through the first 2 days. It's one of his better putting performances of the season.
Living up to your hype there, Nate. I love it. James Conrad converts from Circle 2.
Well, and let's be fair to James. I mean, through the first 2 days, up until about hole 13 of both days, he was the best player on the course. And he just kind of floundered towards the end. If he could just finish strong, he could win this thing too.
It is a birdie fest out here at the Preserve. Everybody except for our leader picking one up on hole number 3. Again, he still maintains at least a 2-stroke advantage over Simon Lizotte and the rest of the field. We're going to take one more look at Simon on line. No problems. Lizotte cashing it in. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back from the tee of 4.
Power Grip, Europe's #1 disc golf shop, is now available in the United States. Our selection is constantly growing as we build on strong relationships throughout the disc golf industry. It doesn't matter the question you have, where you're from, or your skill level, Power Grip is here to help. Shop us online at powergripusa.com.
Hi, I'm Innova Team Captain Nate Sexton. Welcome to our instructional disc golf series.
Let's look back. Simon Lizotte has opened with 3 straight birdies. This approach shot on 1 leaves him pretty much a tap in. He heads over to 2 to play the flex shot.
Yeah, the only shot that hasn't looked great was really the tee shot on 1. Even this shot on 3, just finding himself on the left side, still a great chance. And he would go on to just nail it. I mean, that's a confident Simon Lizotte trying to do something that nobody has done in disc golf, which is win 3 Disc Golf Pro Tours in a row. Crowd at the tee likes it. Crowd in the fairway likes it. Got kind of caught up behind that tree there, though. Hole 4, 746 feet. Big dog leg to the right, incline. Those 2 trees right there that we're looking at, those are the places to be. If you're anywhere in between those 2, it's going to line you up great for your second shot. Klein in really good position.
Longer than what we saw from Lizotte.
Yesterday, Brian Earhart said he actually liked it a little bit long. It creates that hyzer line. Now, crucial tee shot here for Williams. He needs a good one. Put himself in good position. Struggled on this hole yesterday.
Oh, and that gets caught up on the left side.
Oh boy, that is way back as well.
And up ahead on the green, we've got Albert Tom.
There it is, Albert.
Not a bad start for Albert, picking up 2 birdies in the first 3 holes. Nate, let's take a look at what they're trying to accomplish here on the tee and throughout this very difficult hole number 4.
Yeah, as I said, 746 feet. The tee shot well out this big gap. You got to keep it high, turning over. These are the trees that Bradley hit. You can see how far back he is. The trees that are in the center of your screen right now were the 2 and 3 trees that we were looking at off our fairway catch cam. If you can get to those trees or just inside them, even Brian Earhart liking it a little bit long of that, you have this perspective down this gap right here. And the pin will just start to peek out there on the left side, back down this gap. You got to be in perfect position. Bradley Williams that far back, he needs to try to just put himself in position to line up with that gap and then proceed from there. Nothing really he can do other than that.
Oh, except for he's going to get squirrely. He's going with the roller, trying to punch through the gap.
Oh, the only reason I don't like that, Terry, is because if you end up in the left or right-hand trees, getting up and in can be very difficult. In fact, the left, so your perspective right here, much thicker than the from above the right, and it looks like Bradley's gone into there. Remember yesterday, Garrett Gerthy was unable to get up and in from in there. It's tight.
Well, let's throw it out to Brian. Did you see where that roller ended up, and is he left with a shot from where he's at?
Yeah, Terry, I actually just ran up to the disc to look to see the lie, and if I was playing that lie, I would potentially think of pitching out, but with the stakes are this high, you have to hit one of these 1.5-foot gaps that he has. He has about 5 of them, but it's not going to be an easy scramble if he stretches out backhand or sidearm, so we'll see.
And if you had to guess, how far is he from the pin yet, Brian?
I would say about 90 to 100 feet away.
All right, appreciate it. So certainly not in birdie range, and the question is, how difficult is the par going to be to get up and down?
Well, and that's why I question that roller. I understand the mentality, which is try to just get it through there, get it up by the basket, but being on that left side, just very difficult to get up and down. Simon, this close tree is just more of an annoyance than anything. The first one you see, just right by his disc there. But he's got a pretty good line on the gap. Millimeters, Terry, just hitting that corner one. So close to perfect.
I can appreciate the European conversion you gave us there too, Nate.
Hey, no problem. Yesterday, Klein just survived. I mean, he didn't play great, but turned up a 7 under par. Today looks a lot better. Gotta like Klein at this course. It's long distance off the tee. Gotta make some putts. That's what he does.
Man, that's going to be just inside the circle for Kyle Klein. Going to roll that Zuka replay. Tough to tell, but it feels like he missed his line here. He certainly did miss it. I don't think that was the intended route, but it ultimately is going to work out just fine for him. That's why we saw a light smile between him and Simon Lizotte.
Yeah, because Simon, who theoretically was on the correct line, hitting a tree just enough, gets through. Klein quite a ways off and up by the basket.
Here we are on the tee of hole number 5, Wysocki piping it up the middle.
Only 4% of the field have birdied up there on hole 5. That's a tough one to get. So as Earhart said yesterday, this is just, you know, a hyzer here. Can utilize ground play. Can get to the skip.
He'll be in circle 2 with a long look for birdie.
Yeah, caught just a little bit of those corner bushes, which slowed him up. But out there in Conrad country, get that sign some usage.
And as we're looking at the overhead drone shot in the bottom left corner there, you can actually see the basket of hole number 4. And quite honestly, we might have a better look at it right now than even Bradley Williams. We're able to see it from where we are. Bradley might not be as fortunate.
Bradley is a very good recovery player, though. Can scramble nicely. Has the ability to throw both sidearm, backhand rollers. Knows how to get up and down, but sometimes Mother Nature just doesn't allow for it. Oh yes, Terry, this is exactly where we saw Double G yesterday. Yesterday, Double G went to the sidearm roller, as we're going to see Brad go to, and he just didn't put enough angle on it to flip it over to the basket. If Bradley can get it out into the open and just immediately look to flip this disc over to the left, should be able to run it over by the basket.
I think that's still going to work for him. It's going to be obstructed. We might see some form of a straddle putt or maybe even from a knee or something, but that should work for Williams. I think back to when we saw him on 8 going with the little roller just to try and get around. So he's very comfortable. He's got every trick in his bag.
Most definitely. And he was so close to perfect here, Terry. Just a sliver more angle, straight up and down. It would have turned right over to that basket, but you know, hey, a chance for par is still a good chance.
Needing the Anheuser angle on the putt, and Simon just going past the pin with that putt.
Ooh, that had me worried for the basket's sake. That was looking good.
And here's Double G throwing his 3rd shot. And hole number 5 doing a number on Garrick Earthy.
Yeah, Terry, if he goes on to bogey there, that's 2 over through 5.
No shortage of power there by James Conrad, just going over the top of the basket. And really, as we were watching it, that looked like the basket was ready just to open up and catch it. It looked great the whole way. Conrad, too much power.
Bradley also, this guy does have every shot, a very good spin putter and a good putter from the straddle position. Able to set his lower body and gets a lot of pop out of the straddle position. So I would say, you know, this is a good chance for him, unobstructed.
Online with too much power as well. So Williams making a huge mistake here in that he's going to take the bogey on hole number 4. That's going to bring Simon Lizotte within 1. Klein to get within 1 of our leader, Bradley Williams. 4 for 4. Kyle Klein opens perfectly during our final round. Conrad splashes out.
I was saying one of the better putting performances of the season for Conrad. That being said, he has missed a couple of short putts. Not another one to add to that list. Par for Simon. Bogey for Conrad.
Bradley taps in for the bogey. He's gone 1 over in the last 2 holes. We got the scrambler, Ricky Wysocki, We saw the tee shot. Now here is on the left side of the fairway. This is the forehand trying to find the gap.
Awesome that he got even the opportunity.
And the Mac off the tree. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment.
I would recommend the Envy to every single person that plays disc golf.
This is such a good throwing putter.
If you don't have an Envy in your bag, I don't know what you're doing.
The Envy is one of the most pure, straight flying putters.
Comes out clean, can handle power, it can handle touch. It's just very versatile.
It holds any line that you're really putting it on. It's so good. So good! It's so good.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Having my own line of discs, all named after sound design terms, is a dream come true for me. After all kinds of testing and throwing different molds, I was easily able to come to a decision on what molds that I wanted. So the Reverb for me is a perfect distance driver. It's going to cover almost all of my distance driver needs. I'm just so thankful for Prodigy for believing in me and giving me this opportunity to have a couple amazing discs under my name that I can trust.
Being a PDGA member gives you access to not just play the sport, but to engage and compete with your local community. An active PDGA membership gives you access to over 6,500 sanctioned events around the world. From local leagues and tournaments, all the way up through the majors, everyone has the opportunity to play. These are an amazing way to get engaged with your local disc community. Get started on your disc golf journey today. Visit pdga.com/join.
Tyler Classical Academy has been incredible. These kids are super excited for disc golf.
I didn't learn about disc golf until I was in my mid-20s, but I'm so happy that these kids do and they're getting the chance to try it out.
This is a fantastic program and a fantastic opportunity for our school to have professionals come in and take over the PE program for a day and expose these kids to the joys that they can have in just watching a disc fly through the air.
The youth is really going to come in a strong wave to the sport of disc golf.
And a moment ago, we saw Ricky Wysocki miss his birdie look. This is for par coming back, and that one he jams in.
Wow, that was almost a disaster, Terry. I mean, the fact that he even was at the edge of the fairway and able to find that line, give himself the look, he does go on to make that par, and really, in every sense of the term, a par is a birdie here on hole number 5. So I think a good solid par for Ricky, regardless of the missed putt for birdie. Good opportunity for him to pick up a stroke on potentially one of the leaders back on the lead card. 58% have bogeyed here on hole number 5.
I guess it's, yeah, and this is definitely a very long walk as they're going from the green of 4 over to the tee of 5. He's probably already hustled down the fairway, and he can give some insight. Brian, why is hole number 5 playing as the most difficult hole on the course with literally just 4 birdies thus far?
Yeah, I mean, first off, we'll talk about the conditions. We have 2 tunnels pretty much. We have this initial tee shot, and then you bend the corner right through another tunnel. But for some reason, both of them have had a headwind today. So you're fighting against the wind the entire time. And then the shape of the hole requires you to throw long and straight. You cannot finish either way. And then if you lay up even to the mouth of the gap, You have to throw an incredibly technical turnover on your second shot that doesn't finish left or right. It pans flat. It is such a cool technical hole. It reminds me a lot of the golf and the holes that they play in Finland and other courses in Europe.
That's a brilliant point there from Brian. I mean, it does remind me of some of the holes that we see on the Beast out in Nokia, which we're going to see here on the Disc Golf Network, the European Open. But it's that long sort of tree lined. I mean, it's wide open in the middle, but if you're off at all and you get into this thicket on the left and right, good luck.
Kyle Klein with all of the momentum right now. 4 birdies in a row and now just 1 back of Bradley Williams. Crucial tee shot for all 4 of these players.
Oh, and he sneaks through to the opening. There's an opening about mid-fairway. We'll see. That's a chance to maybe have a look.
Hard right, and then it ultimately kicks off to the left side. Wow.
Deep spotter running after it.
He's going to be short of the corner.
I also think Brian makes another fantastic point here. A lot of the players' mindset is to try to throw, you know, a long turnover shot, but it really is just a pure straight shot with a little bit of distance control. Conrad has, you know, one of the better guys at doing that on the backhand side. See if he can take advantage after the mistake. Back on 5. Excuse me, 4.
And what looked like nearly identical early right side trees, then kicks out into the fairway. Looks like a much more favorable spot than what we just saw from Simon, though.
Oh, no question. I mean, James, even though he's on the edge, he's still in the short grass.
That looked like a carbon copy almost of what we saw from Kyle Klein. And speaking of Kyle Klein, as I mentioned, 4 for 4. Take a look back, how he's done it. 30 putt on 1, follows it up with a circle's edge putt on hole number 2.
It's just that it's what Kyle Klein can do. He's a good putter. He has tremendous distance and control. He's one of our top players, and that's, you know, why he's in this position, why he won Idlewild last year. Puts himself in great position off the tee and very comfortable. Got a little lucky there on 4. Went on to make the birdie. I go back to the incredible par putt that he made on hole 12 yesterday, which I said, watch out. That putt right there could have jump-started him, and boom, he's just 1 shot behind the lead now.
Well, thanks to Paragon and our notable statistics, we see where Kyle's leading in scramble percentage, but also strokes gained, 15.43. He's sitting in second with that incredible statistic. Birdie rate, of course, very competitive with the rest of his field. Same with the C1 in regulation, sitting in 6th on that stat. So very impressive what we've seen from Kyle. And James Conrad was just taking a run-up and is slipped right out from underneath him. Fell to the ground, he immediately popped back up, but that was just during a practice run-up for James Conrad.
Where is Conrad looking? It looks to me as if he's going to go crazy, up over the top.
Well, we'll find out if that's crazy or not.
Oh, my goodness. He's just got to get lucky. That's all there is to it.
Brian, do you have eyes on that? We see the spotter running after it. Any idea where that went?
Oh man, Terry, he was fighting the right side of the second corridor, and he was a couple feet away from breaking into the section where you can get up and down pretty easily. caught the last guardian tree, dropped straight down. Spotter just found it, and he's going to have a very tough up and down from there. He might have to pitch out.
And that's what we saw just prior to him. And now that was just during his warm-up. He wasn't getting ready. He wasn't throwing his shot at that point yet. But definitely footing seemed to be of a concern there. Really helping him out, or telling him how to sign up for the Yulee Institute. I'm not sure.
I think he gets a free ticket.
Talking about where they just need to pitch out to.
Yeah, these are some of those conversations that Simon alluded to, that he was bringing in Yulee into the conversation. Sometimes players don't bring their caddies in. But, you know, Simon has some trust in Ulibarri. Just going to pitch.
This will be going less than 50 feet. Looks more like
less than 20 feet.
Yeah, just out into the short grass there.
Now, I'm okay with that. The problem with this situation here on number 5 is will Simon try to do what James did? It could turn into a double bogey very quickly.
Looks like Wysocki's putting a good move on that one on hole number 6. He is inside the circle trying to collect his 4th birdie.
You know, Simon, obviously one of those players that has the Simon line. There's a reason we call it that. He's got to execute a good one here.
And same question again for you, Brian. Any eyes? Where did that go?
That got through everything and panned all the way out. He's still outside circle 2, but he's going to have a very easy up and down to the basket. He's just on the edge of the left side of the second corridor.
Okay, crucial piece of information there from Brian, because that up and down to save his bogey is best case scenario from where his tee shot landed.
Albert, park job, hole 6.
Yeah, nice shot from Tam. It was Tam yesterday. He was the one guy who came from that mid-30s pack. You know, the mid-30 position pack all the way up into the chase card. And he's continuing that good play here. This is a tough decision for Williams. And you know, Klein's going to have a similar decision to make. Do you go to the sidearm flex? He can see the fairway from right here. When he's standing here, he can just see the mouth of the second half of the hole. And if he can see it, he can hit it. And he's going to go for it. Got caught up early.
Yeah, and low out of his hand. Can you assess that one for us, Brian?
Yeah, like I said again, Terry, there's a headwind coming down this hallway too, and the forehand is just a much touchier shot into a headwind, and he just got over on that one too much. Cut rolled about 10 feet off to the right.
So Klein here, Terry, is only about, what, 10 feet different? But the shot is so much different because the bushes from here are just coming out so much more. Klein can't actually see the mouth of the fairway.
That looked quite successful for Kyle Klein.
He's going to need that 100% scramble rate that he's had so far.
Noah Five-Ash up ahead on hole number 6. We've seen some great drives here already. Can he improve on those? That looks pretty solid. Great drive by Noah 5-Ash.
Yeah, 5-Ash. Look at him. Tied for 5th. You said it earlier, 117th in the U-Disc World Rankings.
Currently tied with our reigning world champion. Ricky Wysocki very much in the hunt as well. Things are tight. Wysocki for birdie. Usually when Wysocki can see the basket, he's putting it in, and that is just off the mark.
Yeah, but through 6 holes for Ricky, he's had to look for birdie on every single hole. At this point, 3 birdies, 3 pars, but those pars were all basket hunting for birdie.
Oh, that's coming right at the pin, and Bradley Williams puts it in. He just put that in. Bradley Williams in disbelief on line the entire way.
Oh my God.
The most unlikely of shots, blind Bradley Williams down the hallway. Unbelievable.
And not even going to pull it. Andrew Zimmern says, hey, nice job. This is Bradley Williams' forte. So good. We talked about it earlier on hole 2. Look at the control, Terry. And a headwind.
So smooth and all the way center chains. Williams can't even see the basket.
His reaction was, who, me? My disc went in? Wow. Yeah, look, it completely blind. This is the view Bradley has.
Go ahead and tell me this is not Bradley Williams' day.
I'm not going to tell you that, Terry. That was fantastic. Boy, we have seen some throw-ins in this tournament, haven't we?
Oh, my goodness, my heart rate. All right, Kyle Klein with even a better angle at it. How does he follow it, though? Off the fairway, so Klein.
This is unreal, the disc of Bradley still in the basket. Klein kicks early, probably an unlikely up and in. So that's a bogey, potentially, for Klein. Oh, my goodness. James just pitched. So James Conrad just pitched out back to the middle of the fairway. Conrad looking for bogey at best now. Unless he can ring it up.
Go, 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 go.
He knew it was light out of his hand, asking for it to go, 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 but makeable putt here for James Conrad.
Our U-disc distance on that throw-in from Bradley, roughly 250 feet.
I was going to say, don't say
exactly 264 or what was it?
247 or 252. I know there was always a discussion about the Anheuser throw-in from James Conrad.
Oh my gosh, that was incredible.
Bradley Williams.
Might want to go get it out of the basket now.
Oh, he's just going to let it all soak in. We see you, Bradley.
That's a flexy move right there.
Yeah. Do you guys need me to clear that? Mine that's out there? You want me to clear that?
That birdie I just stole from all of you? Great shot. Incredible.
Meanwhile, everyone just
gonna battle for bogey.
Yes.
So previous hole, Klein took the 2-shot swing. Williams is gonna turn it right around on the most difficult hole on the course. Only 4 others today have birdied it. Incredible.
And the kick doing Klein no favors.
Yeah, both Klein and Williams, very similar spots off the tee there too, Terry. You know, Klein was in a good position after his second shot. Just left that shot out left. It's going to lead to a bogey. Conrad needs to make this for bogey.
Conrad in for bogey. And hole number 5, no surprise, we talked about it, doing a number on the scorecards here.
What I find most impressive for Williams. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Very fortunate.
Wow.
But what I find most impressive from Williams is that even if he didn't make it, that disc was going to be no more than 10 feet past. So much control. It hit in the basket like a 10-foot putt.
Everyone else scooping up their over par strokes, but Bradley Williams, as we roll the Zuka replay, the blind shot all the way down the corridor.
Stand still. Terry, stand still. So impressive. Can't say it enough.
The sweet sound of chains. That's you, Bradley. Don't go anywhere. Yes, you, Bradley. Yeah, you. You the man. We'll be right back.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
I mean, it's literally the most popular disc of all time in the history of the sport. At its core, it's one of the most important tools a player has in their bag, a dependable, straight-flying mid-range. But the legacy of the Buzz goes a lot deeper than just that.
Welcome back. Thanks to blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store. We have, Nate, your keys to success out here.
Boy, shot maker's paradise. Bradley Williams. He is the shot maker so far in this tournament. Precision off the tee. There's not a lot of OB, but you need to be in the right side of the fairway and keep yourself out of the tall grass. Give yourself opportunities. Every hole out here is birdieable. You have to give yourself opportunities. If you're looking at 50 and 60 footers all day long, you're not going to be able to keep up. This is the definition of a shot maker right here. He just steps up and bang.
Everyone's hands are on their head in disbelief. For those that could see it, this man, Bradley Williams, couldn't even see the miraculous shot go in. And now, calm the nerves, move on to hole number 6. He's got more birdies he's going to have to collect out here to hold on to this lead. That's pushing right. Does it flex back at the end? Still gives him a look at the basket. He's about circle's edge.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players down in that tall grass right there. Very makeable putt. The challenge here on hole number 6 is it's a straightaway corridor, and the players using some pretty speedy drivers and trying to keep it short. Oh no, and Klein just immediate pull. Decent kick back in the fairway, but it's all about distance control here. 390 with a speedy driver. Don't want to go too long. Yeah, that's back there where we saw Wysocki.
I think that's even deeper than Wysocki. In fact, he's going to have some work to do back there. Here's Wysocki throwing his second on hole number 7.
That was a really impressive tee shot if that was where his tee shot landed. Good power from Ricky today. Maybe what Brian and him talked about. He's feeling as good as ever. That was big distance.
We saw Conrad splash chains. And as that popped up, I thought it might have a chance to skip in. So Conrad, another park job here on 6. Yesterday he was about the same distance after splashing the chains.
But it lifted like 20 feet, like halfway there, and then like slowly dropped back down and hit the left side chain.
We'll take another look at his effort today.
Yeah, James Abel, he's asking for it to sit. Again, the challenge here with the driver is just keeping it short enough because it's in that sort of 390 for a driver for any one of these players is, you know, kind of on the short end of where they'd be landing. So good control there from Conrad Klein. Just going to have to scramble here.
Deep but makeable for Klein. Yesterday we saw Klein have to do work just to walk away with the par. He got that nasty roll away on his birdie putt.
That just the shot going in from Williams just rattles the cage of the entire group, especially with them all going on to take bogey. All of a sudden the heart rate elevates just a little bit. You're like, wait a minute, is it this guy's day? Is it not my day? Just the smallest amount of doubt creeps into the player's mind, and nothing is creeping into the mind of Bradley Williams. He's just going, yeah, it is my day. This is what I'm here to do. So it's, you know, not surprising to see just a couple of tight shots from some of the competitors here.
Have the magical spin.
Williams started today with a 3-stroke advantage, which is exactly what it is right now. However, Kyle Klein, Simon Lizotte, not in great position for birdies at the moment.
Klein has to make that putt for par, and Lizotte's even further back than where Klein is, behind the basket. Simon was in circle 2 back there. Klein will be inside circle 1. You can see him there. So pressure-packed putts here. Especially when the leader's, you know, sitting on a par on this hole. You want to try to take advantage. Or at least stay even with him.
Yeah, and this is
Kyle's case.
Kyle's what would be his first par of the round. He started out with 4 birdies, took the previous hole's bogey, and now trying to get his first par.
It's a solid putt, nice confidence builder. Able to shake off the excitement of the previous hole.
So Williams has to be happy with the idea that, hey,
I didn't throw a great shot. I'm going to walk away with a par, but no one is gaining ground on me except for James Conrad. And, well, Conrad sitting back in a tie for 5th at the moment.
Yeah, he was 6 back, so now 5 back. So yeah, I think you said it perfectly there, Terry. It's, you know, Brad's got to be happy with that. Unreal, another eagle here, Terry. Look at that from Calvin Heimberg.
So this time from 90 feet. Yesterday throws it in from 280, and today from 90?
Yeah, they must be riding the wind out there, because that's a tremendous job to even be within 90 feet.
That's an 1,100
Well, that's
foot
a 12.
hole.
No, it's a 1,200 foot hole. Hole 9.
Oh, excuse me, almost 1,300 feet. Yeah, 1,280 feet on hole number 9.
So he went just short of 1,200 feet in 2 shots, right? I mean, that's impressive from Calvin.
And they're making their way over to hole number 7. The par 5, 1,111 feet. And that's where we catch up with Wysocki.
Rick's had great chances on all the holes so far. Oh, and that's a good one.
Yeah, that looks like an all but guaranteed birdie for Ricky Wysocki, trying to pick up his 4th of the round. Got a little water carry off to this right-hand side. What are they doing here, Nate?
Yeah, hole number 7. The big change here is the players are forced to stay right. So they have to go over to that fairway off to the right of our drone flight here. A good tee shot lands kind of out in this area right here. If you get really aggressive, you can get further up to that corner. If you look straight away, way out there, there's a clump of trees. That clump is the one the players are looking at to either be inside of or outside of. After 2 shots, we saw Wysocki pass that. So, got to be aggressive here if you want to get an eagle opportunity. 1,111 feet.
And all season long, our friends over at Diameter Apparel, along with VII, are proud supporting partners and sponsors of Hole 7. Go out to dgpt.com/shop or find them on your own at their website, Diameter Apparel and VII. Thank you for your support.
This is the much more conservative line for Williams. Needs to stay out of the tall stuff, which he does. For the leader, a guy who doesn't have the biggest distance. He doesn't have bad distance, but I think a smart move just to stay conservative there off that tee shot.
Well, that's yanked over to the right as well.
That's got to get down.
We're seeing a trend in this, Nate.
Oh boy, yeah, that's 2 in a row. Oh, that's a massive mistake for Klein. That's a good one. That looks great.
A perfectly placed tee shot for Simon. No spotter required there. I'm gonna roll this back, take another look at it. Break down this form for us, Nate.
Well, if you look at it even in slow-mo, it's really, really controlled. Bradley Williams puts himself in perfect position, and look at that timing. As that front foot hits, look at where he is in position. That front foot coming down right there, and he's just perfectly in the pull-through. All the power is coming up from his front right foot, and boom, he gets the puff of dust coming off his hand. That just shows you all that power, kinetic energy coming up from the ground all the way through the upper body. Bradley Williams, one of the prettiest forms on tour. Look at that finish, too. So Ken Climo-esque, the way his hands come through on that one. Nice form from Bradley Williams.
And we can thank our friends at Ideo Sports who have created disc golf shoes specific just for our needs. You can find them on idiosports.com. And really no surprise, you look at Bradley Williams and then you look at a few other Texans when you see a Mason Ford, a Valerie Mundahano, a little bit of Paul Macbeth, all kind of related. If you were really to sit down and analyze form from all of those competitors, you'd find a ton of similarities. And Gannon Burr is outdoing Gannon Burr things here today, it looks like. Very impressive, birdieing everything 6 through 11. And then picking up holes 1 and 3. I think some quick math around there. About 8 under on today's round. Is that what I'm seeing?
You're a smart guy, T-Dog.
I wouldn't go that far.
11 holes played, 3 pars. That's 8 down.
Well, I was trying to count the blue dots. That's how smart I am.
The par on 5 is basically a birdie as well. So, I mean, he has only really parred 2 holes. Rick, nice birdie.
He's on a similar pace right now.
The field is starting to thin a little bit because you look at Williams at 26. They played 6 holes. You know, Conrad and Tam, there's such outside chances. They need to play perfect from this point. Wysocki, Lizotte, Klein, and Williams. I mean, you feel like one of those 4 will win this tournament with an outside chance of Conrad and Tam. I mean, Burr is also at 21, but you know,
yeah,
he's up on hole 12.
Yeah, and I'm going back to my number. I had said I thought 33 might be enough to do it. We'll see.
You're going to be
how
real close.
Accurate that is.
Yeah, I think you're going to be really, really close.
And if I'm wrong, we'll just go back and delete what I said a few days ago. And, insert a new voiceover as Kyle Klein struggling to find position. And on a hole that's 1,100 feet long, the last thing you want is one of the early shots to be a standstill, and that's what we're seeing from Kyle.
Right. I mean, 1,100-foot hole, he's hoping to get about 200 feet on this.
And
no.
And it won't even be that much.
I mean, that's 100 feet. Oh, the power of Klein is big, but it would be an improbable birdie at this point. Although for all the fans out there that really do love me, I've been wrong a lot.
I don't know. I'm keeping the tally board here, but I also keep a dry erase marker with it.
That's
so
right.
You're all right. Here's Williams.
Not happy with that. Williams plays both the par 5s with a lot of finesse, putting himself in position. We'll expect a roller on that 3rd shot from Bradley. Looking to do a cut roller on the inside of that big last stand of trees and utilize the side hill. Here's Ricky up on the tee of 8.
That's tracking. I like the speed in which it's coming in. It was just dying as it was tracking toward the basket. And Ricky Wysocki, a park job on hole number 8. I'm going to ring that up for a birdie.
Yep. Klein just trying to get out there about pin high. That's pretty good. There's some short grass right there by his disc. Should have a wide open look at the basket. Should be able to get up and in. James getting some tremendous drift on that. Full flight. Kicks out of the corner.
Albert up ahead on hole number 8. That needs to slow down.
And using the backstop that the trees provide. We've seen that quite a few times this weekend. One of those couple of trees there just left of the pin, stopping it. Should give him an easy birdie look. Lizotte, second throw.
Oh, he's just got it overturned. Got to be careful here. Okay, get caught up in the tall grass.
Yeah, we see the spotter running after it. Brian, even if he's inbounds, what kind of line do you think he's going to have from over there?
You know, Terry, it's actually not bad. He's actually going to have a straight look at the basket. It's still going to be a long ways away, but the wind is actually going to be blowing behind him, at least from what I feel right now. Funny enough, I think Simon was kind of in between throwing a distant shot and throwing a roller. Yuli actually just walked up to me before he threw the shot and said, Simon was telling me that he wanted to throw a roller, and I kept telling him no. Hopefully he doesn't throw a roller. And it looks like Simon tried to do that.
Well, it looks like some indecision for sure, and maybe he's turning around to Yuli, second guessing some of his decisions that he had just made, or at least the energy he exerted to pull off that shot.
Left side. Left side.
Boy, I'm hearing him speak with Luque there. He's talking about a sidearm. I like the roller here from him. I really like the roller here, but, you know, he did just check the distance with his Bushnell, so he's, you know, knows the distance he can get his sidearm. Very familiar using that Bushnell. He's going to try to go around the trees, just give himself a look.
This looks pretty good.
Oh my goodness.
Or pretty great. Sit down, sit down. And it's going to curl, and giving him a putt from about circle's edge. Just think, at one point that was within 5 feet of the pin.
He just continues to surprise us. I mean, this is from a long way back, and he didn't play it safe. He went aggressive and high to try to get it up that hill. He saw it land, he saw it roll away, but it's just at the bottom of the hill, which is a great spot to putt up this very steep slope.
Brian told us that the shot actually isn't as bad as maybe we initially thought. Straight at the pin. He's looking to come in short and have it just skip up, although that doesn't get to the wood chips. So Lizotte short and have at least a circle's edge putt uphill.
Yeah, my biggest concern with the shot Simon threw was the potential cut roll towards the lake. He could have potentially made it OB there, but also to not even give himself a great look at birdie. It's frustrating. Tam, nice turkey as he picks up the birdie on 8. And Saki, birdie as well. That was Garrett Gerthy's. Boy, I'm not sure. That was, yeah, it looked like a par for him.
Going anyway. Oh, nice.
Solid approach shot there by Kyle Klein.
The only thing James has to worry himself about here is angle control. Very steep at the basket. Needs to land it flat or with just a little bit of hyzer. Any turnover into this hillside and a cut roll can happen quickly.
And you see him second guessing his footwork there a little bit. Just an awkward stance. Perfect angle as you were calling for. Comes in short, skips right underneath the pin, and he'll be tapping in from there.
Yeah, he made that look really easy, but that angle control was perfect.
Wysocki from the tee of hole 9. The start of the 1,280-foot hole.
God, Ricky just looks so good today. Brian said it earlier. It just seems like every shot he's throwing is just with reckless abandon. He's not worried about making a mistake. He's going to try to go for an eagle up there on hole 9.
Look, 35 feet, we have Lizotte.
Look at how steep.
You suck, dude. So bad.
It's almost better if you're going to miss it to not hit the basket there, Terry. Is, you know, a lot of spin on a putt, hitting with that cage can easily lead to a rollaway. This reminds me of hole 25 at De La Viega. Super steep, a lot of danger.
Bradley Williams for birdie. All things Williams right now. Looking good. Bradley picks up the birdie on 7.
Thanks, Jim.
Climbing, Simon hustling up the hill.
I think that big sidearm from Bradley is one of the most impressive shots I've seen him throw all weekend long. I mean, that was from way back. Not everybody would have the confidence to do that. And he put down that birdie right in front of Lizotte.
They've got to walk over to the tee of 8, but don't go anywhere. We've got more action on the other side of this commercial break.
My name's Garrett Gerthy. People may know me as Double G, and I've been making Double G craft jerky since I was 16 years old.
When I have Double G's craft jerky and I pull it out of my bag during a round, the first thing anyone asks is that Double G's craft jerky? And I always bring the big bag because I know I'm gonna have to share it.
I'm a big fan of beef jerky, and I have to say that Double G beef jerky is absolutely my favorite I've ever found.
I'm always looking forward to digging my hand in my next bag of Double G craft jerky.
You can find Double G craft jerky at doublegjerky.com.
Nice shot. Hey, thanks. What was that you threw? That was a DGA Hurricane. GDA Hurricane? A hurricane. Candy cane? Hurricane. Rectal vein. No, look. A hurricane. Acid rain? Hurricane. Quiche Lorraine? No, that's a breakfast dish. I'm a what? Hurricane. Oh, Charlemagne. No, it's the DGA Hurricane. Oh, have you been saying hurricane this whole time? Yes. Why are you yelling?
High above the tee of 8. Hole number 8, par 3, 406 feet over the water most of the way. The water here on 8 more just eye candy. Players aren't too worried about the water on this one.
Certainly your easy clearings for them. And sets the stage for just such a beautiful, we'll say, arena, so to speak, for our spectators as well. All circled around this tee pad. This is dying right at the pin, and oh, James Conrad just barely misses the basket.
Terry Gannon Burr continuing his streak, 8 birdies in a row for Burr. all the way up into a tie for third. He's at 23 down.
That's what I call a birdie streak.
Nice. So crosswind off the right of the players. They're all going to utilize the hyzer play here. Just about picking that line, letting the wind drift it back to the pin. Really like this one from Williams. Yeah, came in a little bit short. Skips forward, but a nice shot. I just love how Bradley's been able to utilize that low hyzer flip-up shot. Did it perfectly there.
I've said it a couple times. If you're going to miss anywhere, missing short still gives you a clean look at the birdie.
Wow, and Simon was quite short, skipping off to that side, that left side.
And there is an alleyway right to the basket where Lizotte ended up there. Let's see if he can still capitalize and get the birdie. And here's James Conrad's shot coming in from the catch cam. And not far off.
So the big question here for Ricky, if you are going to go for it, there's an out of bounds that sort of cuts right across the face of Ricky at about the landing zone. Got to be careful. Oh, and I think a smart play there from Ricky, just laying back, putting himself in good position. He'll be able to attack the green from there. Again, 1,280 feet on that hole number 9. It's just so impressive that Calvin was even within 90.
And there is the look at the scorecard you just mentioned, Nate. Gannon Bird doing work today. He's at 23 under. That currently puts him in a tie for third.
I'll throw it out too. The group ahead of Burr, Adam Hammis is in that group at a 10 under bogey free as well. So those two youngsters playing real well. Both Masters Cup champions. There's the scorecard of Hammis.
This being the closest Disc Golf Pro Tour stop to Adam Hammis' hometown in northern Wisconsin, as he lives about 4.5, maybe 5 hours straight east of here.
Boy, look at that crowd. Takes a monumental feat just to get them all over here.
Yeah, get them in line, in position. Everybody has to settle down, be quiet, and ready to go.
Yeah, because this is kind of the pinch point here. Once they get back on hole 9, feeds back to that middle section of the course. God, Simon really needs to see a disc at the bottom of the basket here. 1 over for the last 4.
Off the front for Lizotte. He may be down 5 to our leader, Bradley Williams, by the time we complete hole 8. And look at James. He's got relatively open look to the basket. and that doesn't seem right. Still rolled to a very short makeable range, but that's pouring salt in the wound at that point.
I mean, this putt right here just to sort of kind of take a dominance over this tournament.
Bradley Williams will move to 28 under par. That's 4 clear of Ricky Wysocki. Kyle Klein currently 5 back of Bradley, trying to get back to just 4 behind him with this putt. Klein answers with a birdie of his own. That's Klein's first birdie since hole number 4. Just 2 birdies collected on hole 8 from our lead card, playing as the easiest hole on the course. Back with Albert, and he's deep of the basket on 9. Wysocki also on 9.
Yeah, he wants this one in close, and he's done a great job at that. Do not want those 30-foot putts as we hit the back 9. There's a scorecard of Williams real quickly. Let's take a look here at the 1,280-foot par 5, playing as the 4th easiest hole today. You can see it's pretty much just a big bomb tee shot out of the gate. You want to try to get down near that tree just to the right there. That's a really good tee shot. From there, if you can get well past that tree, you do open up the chance to get out near the basket. But if you look at the scorecard up on the right there, that OB, that's the one that cuts right across the fairway. That's the one that can be worrisome for our big arms. There's the OB right there. And the pin location, as it should be on a 1,280-foot hole, in a very easy location. Nice upward slope, can get quite aggressive into the basket.
Here's Double G's second shot.
Look at this.
Oh, and Double G is putting for eagle.
That's a crush.
Looks to be somewhere around circle 2 for Double G. Now Bradley Williams.
Wind coming off of their left. Bradley going to try to get up in that wind. Just didn't get all the way over. Tall grass, inbounds.
Exactly what we'd expect to see from Klein. Big drive. Now we've got Double G. This is for eagle. Well, he gave it the power. Well, we can say we saw a look at eagle from a puttable distance. That was even closer than what Kelvin Heimberg had done earlier in the round. James Conrad. Plenty of Annie. Does it have time to flex out? It looks like it is.
Oh, there's that tree, able to get out just past it. Beautiful tee shot. Let's see if Lizotte can make the adjustment on this turnover. It was a bad one back on 7. It's okay. You can see he's frustrated. He wants to see that drift all the way out.
And certainly back from where we saw James Conrad put his drive, but Ricky Wysocki up ahead. 3rd consecutive birdies, picking up 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah, and a really crucial run coming for Ricky. 10, tricky hole. 11, another difficult par 4, and then 12, a tricky par 3 as well. He needs to get through those 3 holes before he turns back into the headwind. And if he can go 3 for 3, he still might have an outside chance.
Wysocki finishes the front 9, 6 under par. Here's Albert.
Nice job by Tam.
Yeah, he matches Wysocki's effort. 6 under through 9 holes. Rough day for Double G, as that's his first birdie of the round. We'll see if he can pick it up on the back. And we're seeing Adam Hammis has now birdied on hole number 15. It's fair to say he's going Hammis out there.
You know it. I was just looking at the scoreboard as you were making that reference, Terry, and Gannon Burr has now parred as Hammis was making that birdie. Might need some PETA a little later.
Here's Bradley Williams going roller on the second shot.
He did this yesterday. He did this yesterday with really tremendous success. Got way up there and does it again. Nice job.
Off on the right side, giving him plenty of angles to the basket.
Yeah, he did that yesterday, and he had a really fantastic angle, avoiding any sort of bushes on the left.
Watching Simon Lizotte with his second. And Lizotte reaching all the way to the catch cams of the various media teams, making them turn around. You know, we're seeing these great scores, Nate, that are being put up by Adam Hammis and Gannon Burr, and we see them currently tied for 4th. Clearly having great rounds, but that really doesn't tell the whole story, right? There's so much more up the course.
Yeah, these are fantastic rounds, but you know, they're up on, you know, 14, 15 respectively, and our leader's back on hole number 9. So they will eventually drop down the board, but one of the reasons we bring it up for all the fans at home is because of the points, right? The Disc Golf Pro Tour points. These guys are guys that want to be in the finals, and final round of any tournament, if you can move up the board, that's a good thing, looking to get those points.
And this is moving right. Not sure. Oh, that tree prevents it. Otherwise, it was going to come back and be in bounds. And Albert will have to go to the drop zone, which is the FPO tee pad in that case, with penalty. That's going to put a screeching halt on the round that he's having so far today.
First mistake from Albert. You are totally correct there, Terry. Any tee shot missing out of bounds on 10 will proceed directly to the drop zone.
And Ricky's got this one dialed up. I think it's going to nestle just past the pin, and it does. Circle's edge for Wysocki.
There is no quit in Ricky. In Ricky's mind, he's still going to win this tournament. That's the way he's playing. That's the confidence we've seen from almost every shot today.
There's Noah Five-Ash, who sits at 4 under for the round. This has a good line. I don't think it needs to get up at all.
Oh, for the ace.
Well, I was going to say it needs to slow down a little bit. He's going to be in the middle of circle 2, looking at 42, maybe 45 feet. Tough putt coming back.
Boy, what a struggle it's been for Garrett today. I think all mental for Garrett. You know, going back to Portland, he was in that tremendous battle. Then he won in a really rainy Beaver State fling. At some point, the gas tank just runs out for Garrett. It's so hard to play in and week out battling. And look at this from Double G, a nice shot. For G, he's going to be looking just to make some good shots as he comes into the clubhouse before it's all over. It's been a good run for Double G.
Back at Beaver State, as you said, bogey free.
Yeah, not bogey free for the final round, bogey free for the entire tournament. And then he started off with a bogey free round here at the Preserve. So, big day for Double G.
Bogey free on the front 9, let alone an entire weekend. And Double G.
You and I played 9 holes yesterday, and you didn't go bogey free. So.
All right. Let me cut your mic, okay? Here we are. We've got Bradley Williams throwing his 3rd.
Yet again, this is a similar angle that Bradley had yesterday.
Yeah, he did not like it, though, as he released it.
Yeah, good point. He pulled that big time, way right.
And you have to take advantage of hole 9 coming in as the 3rd easiest hole on the course. You absolutely have to get this one. 45% of our field have taken birdie or better.
That being said, every one of his fellow card mates has to make this shot an easy one. Like I said, this basket is in a really easy location. That little hill right there makes it so that players don't really have to worry about the speed. They can just use that side hill to slow them down. Klein doing that to perfection. Looking at the next 3 holes, 10, 11, 12, playing as the 2nd, 5th, and 11th most difficult. You want to take advantage of this par 5.
Take advantage he will. Underneath the basket for James Conrad.
Hammis watch. Another birdie on 16. 12 down with still 2 holes to play. Looking for the lowest score of the tournament so far.
Simon seems quite perplexed here.
Yeah, he was hoping for a little bit of wind drift on that. Not going to get it. He'll be at the edge of circle 1 at best. There was 2 eagles on this par 5, both by Calvin Heimberg.
Yeah, just the odds of what he did yesterday, then to follow it up with a 90-foot throw-in today. Something special here about hole number 9 for Calvin Heimberg. What are we looking at? 370 feet of throw-in for Calvin on this hole over 2 days?
Exactly. You see Bradley Williams down on the bottom of your screen. You can actually see his disc there. So Judge that distance. He is outside circle 1. And he's on a flat section, and then you can see the slope. Really difficult to judge that, and also the wind coming across his face. Going to make this one even more difficult.
Certainly a good bid for Williams.
Simon having to deal with that side slope, but a better wind for this putt.
You see Simon Lizotte cash that one in here on 9. That is his first birdie since hole number 3. Now remember how hot he started. He got the first 3 holes and now has gone just even par since then. Kyle Klein in somewhat of a similar position. He got the first 4 holes and then has gone par since. But that one falls in for Klein. So he'll be 5 under through the front 9.
Yeah, and honestly, just the tiniest crack has now been opened for Bradley Williams. It's one of the reasons why it's so difficult to win at these Elite Series events, because if you take a break at all, there's just a group of snipers right behind you all looking to get at it. And even guys on the chase card like Ricky coming at you too.
Bradley, the only one in the group to not birdie. Here's Wysocki on 10. And his effort off the left side of the basket.
Oh, that's a huge miss for Ricky. Wanted to keep that momentum.
Double G. Good release, good effort, just a little bit short. And we're here on hole number 10, our Eric hole. Early recognition is critical. Make sure you always have regular doctor updates and visits and check out anything that seems abnormal to you. But Nate, they made it a little more challenging this time around, didn't they?
They most certainly did. We'll all recognize that this basket is closer to the front side of this daunting wall here on number 10. The distance is 375. The safe zone to land is back beyond that pin, but then of course you have to putt back towards the water, and you just don't want to leave it short. At 375, it's very difficult to control either a slow driver or a heavy mid and try to judge that distance. We've seen almost nobody put this within 10 feet. It's all been long putts coming back.
And as we were just saying, we see Bradley Williams. He opened today's round with a 3-stroke advantage. We've seen some wild play unfold in this front 9, but yet Bradley Williams has a 3-stroke advantage.
Yes, he does, and that 3-stroke advantage has been on the backs of throw-ins, but also very solid play. And really, there's nothing that we would say Bradley Williams should do any differently. One of the best front 9s we've seen, 4 under through the front 9 with just the 1 bogey. So the key for Williams here is to do kind of what he did yesterday, just stay very clean. This next run of 3 holes, 10 through 12, so crucial, because when we hit 13, it's all back into the headwind, and then it's just kind of a horse race from there to see who can put themselves in positions to make birdies.
Well, it's been exciting, and we see that plenty of birdies can be had on the back. Gannon Burr started right around hole 6 and then strung them together, and he continues to lay down birdies. We're also seeing that by Adam Hammis. So they're available, but they're tougher today than they've been the previous 2 days. We'll see how this exciting back 9 finishes up. Wysocki ahead on the tee of 11.
11, the newest hole here at the Preserve. Complete redesign, same basket location as previous years, but totally different hole, par 4. And that's about as good as it gets there for Rick. See if he can try to take advantage. So with the tail cross, Terry, judging the height is so critical.
It needs to sit, and it's going to check up against the brick. And Kyle Klein remains inbounds with that tee shot. And it looks so good, and then it just pushed at the last moment so much harder to the left.
Yeah, it's just that tailwind. And what you'll hear Kyle's reaction. Yeah, because he's going, I had it on the perfect height, and then it dropped. But he had enough forward momentum to carry it and got very lucky on the wall as well.
He'll have a long putt for birdie. This is leaking left side as well.
I know it sounds crazy to say this, but if this hole actually had a little bit of a headwind, not a tremendous headwind, but a small headwind, you would see players actually get a little closer. This tailwind is just, it's so tough to sit it right over that rock wall and keep it close. This is a huge shot for Simon. He can't make a mistake. But he's just going to be trying to get it close.
That needs to sit. And it comes in hot and goes even deeper than the previous shots.
Yeah, that's the collection area we've seen really all day today. Long and left. It's just, there's really no way to explain without being on the ground how difficult it is to try to get a shot to go 375 pretty flat without drifting with the wind.
This is on line. As it slow down just at the right spot, he's going to have CTP Bradley Williams trying to hunt it down on the back 9. We'll be right back.
Details are everything when you're at the top of your craft. It starts with a sound routine, body alignment, grip pressure, making sure that the upper body and the lower body are in sync, angle control, which then leads into the follow-through. Everything has to be correct. My craft is in the details because details are the difference.
Our players are making their way to the green on hole number 10. I love it when you're at a course and a facility and you almost have to have a healthy discussion or argument as to what's your either favorite hole or the signature hole. I don't know. I've got to take this one.
100%. That rock wall, it just doesn't get justice on camera. It's big, pond completely full. And more importantly, from this view, look at where the 3 landed, all within about 15 feet of each other, and look at Bradley Williams. Bradley Williams committed to the shot, stayed right, and he's going to have an awesome chance to make a birdie to, you know, make up for the previous hole where he took the only par.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Bradley canned about a 50-footer here yesterday to make the birdie. Today, he's closest to the pin. Looks like he's trying to pick up one on the rest of his card mates.
And this is the kind of putt for all three of these fellas that you remember at the end of the season if it were to go in. It's that difficult of a putt. There's a swirling wind. There's a drop off behind. There's some distance here. It would be, all three of these would be banner putts for the whole season under these circumstances.
Conrad, just like we saw from Double G, short by inches.
Kind of feel like this is one of the last-ditch efforts for Lizotte. This is to stay within 4. Potentially within 4, I should say. This would move him to within 3 of the lead.
And that carries up and over and immediately lifts. Part of the reason why it's so dangerous on the putting green here. We just saw James Conrad come up short. Simon, similar position. It lifts at the last moment. Simon remaining in bounds, but not exactly a tap-in to come back with either.
He's still outside of Williams. Cross went off his left. Oh no. Did stay in bounds. You can see it there up against the rock wall.
Simon's going to have to collect his thoughts. From birdie to bogey, barely. Simon Lizotte taps in for the 4. And his chances got just about as tall as that wall did for him to be able to chase down Bradley Williams now. Williams doesn't capitalize. The short putt will keep him at 28 under, which means a 2-stroke advantage over Ricky Wysocki, 3 strokes over Kyle Klein, and 5 over Simon.
That par, 2 in a row there. Now Rick with a chance to creep within 2.
Oh, and Wysocki knew it halfway there. We get the mini Raptor legs. The Raptor legs, the bucket hat. Wysocki's got it all today.
The umbrella.
Firing.
A lot of accessories for Ricky.
They're using my live, so I need you guys.
Fantastic putt for Ricky.
Unbelievable as Wysocki's making his charge from the chase card.
I like him walking over here. He's chatting with Ari. Calm down a little bit. He's got a really difficult tee shot here on 12. The key with 12 is distance control. If you just go 5 feet beyond the pin, it's a slope down to the Mississippi River.
Oh, and that's a danger zone. Maybe not for Wysocki, but yeah, that looks like danger zone because that's a putt he feels like he should be able to make in terms of the challenge, but what looms behind the basket is the real problem, as Kyle Klein not clean on the tee shot here of hole number 11.
I mean, if you have a 2 or 3 stroke lead, you're laying that putt up that Ricky has. But in his scenario, it's Ricky, he's going to go for it, but that's a danger one from circle 2. It's a good little shot from James. That light colored grass there is an old ball golf green. That's a really good aiming point for our players. On that green or just a little bit forward and to the left of it is ideal.
Looked like copy and paste for those 2 drives.
How does Lizotte respond? It's got to be in his mind that the tournament is nearly out of his reach. How does he respond? This looks great.
He responds with a great drive. We're going to see how that finishes on the other side of this commercial break. We'll be right back.
We are dedicated to the game. Developing technology and providing data that helps you take the next step. Whether it's your next training session, league night, or major. Because we believe the best way to grow the sport is to push the sport. And the best way to do that is together. We're focused on the future to make that happen.
Hey, I'm Johannes. Hey, I'm Jonathan. And today we're going to talk about how to aim.
You have some problems with the distance, the timing, and pretty much everything. This is kind of the ground or the beginning of the throw.
Here we go. So we're going to throw some forehands.
Oh yeah. Then you just stroke the board and then you push it in the basket. You should never, ever throw your max on a golf course.
What?
Kyle Klein in the fairway of 11.
Really good for Klein here would be within about 80 or 100. It's a low ceiling and a late rise. Really tough to get over that last rise. Oh, and he just creeps up to the front side of it. That's a pretty good shot there from Klein. That's the look back. Look at the slope is 5 feet behind the pin.
Who cares what's behind the pin? He's in it. Wysocki, the huge throw in on 12 from a knee.
Within one shot for Ricky Wysocki. One of the storylines at the beginning of the day, defending champion has been off for the last 3-4 weeks with the flare-up.
Well, it feels like he's gone from his knee flaring up to his game flaring up.
Oh, my goodness.
Unbelievable what we're seeing from Wysocki.
like I said on the tee at 10, I think in Ricky's mind, he is going to win this tournament. And there's really one guy that stands in his way, and it's this guy right here, Brad Williams.
If it's all the way out, he'll have a long look for birdie.
Yeah, that's just a little bit better than where Ricky was, but that's out in that 55, 60-foot range. Brad has to kind of just keep his nose to the grindstone here. He can't think about it too much. He can't. I mean, he heard that roar. There's no question about that. You know, he probably heard the roar from Ricky's 70-foot birdie on this hole. Probably just heard the one on, you know, up on 12. One of the most challenging things in any tournament is battling the person that you're not playing with. You're battling a number. You're battling a, you know, an unknown entity. And that's where Williams is right now.
A perfect shot from James Conrad. We'll have a look at birdie. And on this very basket, we're going to take another look at what Wysocki had done. Halfway there, he was already running it down. And then he follows it up with this one on the next hole.
That is so ridiculous. I mean, that could be right there the shot of the day. If that propels Ricky to the victory here.
Meanwhile, Lizotte in great position, just narrowly misses the tree, and he's at circle's edge trying to pick up a birdie.
Just thinking for Ricky, he's had 4 pars. Every one of those pars has hit basket for birdie. Every one of them.
Here's the forehand coming in what looks to be a little deep or parked.
This one fits into Ricky's wheelhouse right there.
Yeah, you couldn't draw up a Ricky forehand that fits more perfectly than that hole. About 330 feet, a gentle bend left to right. You can come in a little short. It's going to skip right to the pin. And Ricky Wysocki one behind Bradley Williams up ahead just a couple of holes. But Ricky Wysocki on fire.
Yeah, and I would imagine that Ricky will be up putting that before Bradley even attempts his putt or close to it. So a chance for a tie for Rick.
And I'm going to add to what you just said. Not only will he be attempting it, these baskets, Brad can just look over and see what Ricky's putt will be.
Yes.
They're that close in proximity. Let's flash back to Wysocki. This is 2021.
That was an insane putt. It was uphill. It was a headwind to the elevated basket. From here, he just had to lay it up under the pin. And he actually, him and McMahon went back and forth on 16's basket as well. So Wysocki, boy, what a trophy.
He puts the bear up. All right, well then.
I mean, it's your trophy. Do whatever you want, right?
Yeah, I guess. You just don't want to abuse the bear. Here's Bradley Williams. This could be a huge putt. In line, but short.
We've seen over 2 years several attempts at lifting that trophy and yet to see it be done.
Simon Lizotte picks up the birdie.
I had posed the question, how does he respond? Really good there for Lizotte. Couldn't do any better.
You just really, with the momentum that Williams and Wysocki have, you just don't see how Simon Lizotte at 24 under
can really keep up with them without something crazy happening. That bogey may have just taken him completely out of it back on 10. Just disbelief. James Conrad, the disc not reacting to the wind as he expected it to, and you see the frustration from the world champ.
Yeah, I more see just the pressure of trying to chase the lead and being unsuccessful. You know, you're out there going, you start the day going, this is my day, I'm going to do it. And sometimes the pressure of that can just eventually mount. And that's where James is right now.
Yeah, Bradley Williams pars on 9, 10, and 11. Here's Double G. This is a birdie look on 13.
Get in there. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about.
Jessica likes it. Calling for the turnaround. Like to see Double G pick things up much closer to the pin. Wysocki puts it in.
Barely. But that crosswind, so for all you fans at home, they're about to head into that wind. Direct headwind on 14. Adam Hammis. Well, what a tremendous round by that youngster.
Yeah, 13 under. This time I just counted the white boxes, Nate. Thank you. 13 under for Adam Hammis. He's atop of our 10-10 hot rounds, thanks to our friends over at 1010 Dis.
Yeah, we'll hand it to Luke Taylor as well, a double-digit under par round today.
Lizotte wants to come in low, skip up to the pin, and perfect. The best drive we've seen this weekend here on hole 12.
100%. He's just a foot and a half short of that steep slope behind the pin.
This looks great for Klein. I love it. Just a few feet short.
Hole 12, just 348. The deep breath.
That is tracking to the basket as well. Rest right on the hillside. Right now we're seeing the three best collective drives you could ask for. Now Bradley Williams has to step up and answer those.
He does. He needs to just ride that momentum. The biggest mistake that Bradley can make is just putting too much heat on this and going long. Smartly keeps it low. Great skip. Fantastic skip. Good. And Terry, that's 4 perfect tee shots.
We're going to roll the Zucker replay. Your leader, Bradley Williams.
There was one mistake he could make, and he forced that to not happen by keeping it low. He got a very good skip forward.
And that's exactly what you're trying to do here. You want to keep it low and let it ride up to the pin. Now, Wysocki into the headwind on hole 14.
Back on day one, Ricky went OB right.
Yeah, and then he threw a shot to the right yesterday as well, but today checks up just short of the path. Wysocki in the best position he's seen 14 this weekend.
Definitely. You had to think that that right-hand OB on day one was sneaking into Ricky's mind there, trying to make the over-adjustment. 14, one of my favorite holes on this course that Ricky's up on. Really tricky green, big slope behind the pin. A lot of wind comes through this section of the course as well. just joining us, that's the mighty Mississippi. Eventually finds its way to the Gulf of Mexico.
Kyle Klein, what I believe will be the jump start here to a star frame.
You better believe these players are talking about it too, because it's so surprising to see that many that close.
This comes in as the 10th most difficult. So birdies can be had here, but to see those 4 shots all in the same group, best 4 shots of the weekend.
Yeah, only 5% of the field were parked today. And by the way, that group right there was about 3% worth.
Now let's take a look. We called this a four-hander's dream. What are we looking at here, Nate, on hole 13?
Yeah, 13, one of the more basic holes on the course. If you do have that sidearm, it's just simple. Throw an overstable disc out the gap, ride the fairway, back to the middle. James Conrad does not have that sidearm. He will have to go with the backhand. And that that branch we just went over, really troublesome for the backhand. And you can get caught up in it really, really quickly. Back into the headwind, too. That's the advantage for the sidearm. Can go overstable.
And Simon keeps the forehand drives on reserve, but when he pulls them out this weekend, they've been successful. Parked. Simon Lizotte's going to move to 26 under. A little tighter for Klein.
Yeah, the key here on 13 is you have to overplay that sidearm. If you can overplay it out to the left side, it drifts back to the pin very nicely on this hole. Conrad back into the headwind here. Angle control, very difficult.
Wow.
That was just pulled tight, misfire. Really nothing else you can say about it except for errant shot by James Conrad.
Now every single shot from here to the clubhouse for Brad Williams is just so paramount. It's been 2,191 days since he's lifted a Pro Tour trophy. Can he do it again? 6 holes left.
He pulled that one over, hits the tree, kicks back into the fairway, but unless he throws one in from deep, he's going to be losing a stroke to Simon Lizotte.
Yeah, that was insanely lucky that he actually kicked forward on that one.
We heard him pause for a moment, reset.
I mean, to be fair to Bradley, he was just a foot away from basically perfect. Because if you overplay it out that left side, it's totally fine. So, a little unlucky.
Conrad looking to salvage the par. If so, he'll remain at 24 under. Conrad hasn't birdied since 12. Well, obviously he birdied on the previous hole, but has been relatively stagnant though since 9.
Needs a skip.
Up and to the right, gets a roll and a skip, a little flip over, and he'll have a headwind putt for birdie on one of the most treacherous greens on the course. And the loft almost carries all the way to the pin. But Bradley Williams looking at a par here on 13. That means he's gone just 1 under since hole number 8.
Yeah, and now within a hole of Ricky, and a Ricky has that putt to tie him up. Not an easy putt for Ricky, though. A lot of what we saw yesterday from Kyle. It's good. It's just not good enough. He's just put himself in the position to have to make too many 50 and 45 footers. From this basket, you can basically see the basket of 14 out there.
As I said, Conrad salvages the par.
Played as the second easiest hole today. We're going to see just one birdie from this final card. That was the birdie from Simon.
The park job, and they'll walk over to hole 14, throwing directly into the wind, but up ahead on 14, Ricky Wysocki has this putt for birdie.
All kinds of danger.
And he's knotted it up. Wysocki 29 under, Bradley Williams 29 under. We've got more coming back after a word from these sponsors.
The MVP Black Hole Pro is the best portable basket on the market.
It's easy to transport. You can set it up in under 60 seconds, no problem.
It's perfect for any sort of practice putting. I would recommend it for anyone who needs a portable basket.
Great Lakes Disc, located in Grand Rapids, Michigan, is a fully stocked retail disc golf store that fulfills all of your disc golf needs. We carry all of the major manufacturers, accessories, and offer player and event sponsorship, along with tournament payout assistance. To learn more about Great Lakes Disc, visit greatlakesdisc.com.
Welcome back. Ricky Wysocki throwing into the headwind on 15.
Go, Rick. Yeah.
Wind. Oh, and this is perfect. This is all you could ask for on that tee shot.
Wow, the catch cam didn't even catch it, but it did look to be really, really good. Got a lot of distance off of that.
Things can get very squirrely here on the tee of 14, but Simon Lizotte lines it up perfectly.
So Obi over that cart path right there, beyond those trees to the right of for the players is the Mississippi River, and Ricky did find it like we were mentioning before in day one. That's going to be the worry for everybody. Oh boy, here goes Klein right. Oh no. And it looked like he was just trying to play it safe even, and just not the right release.
The miss here is to the left, because then you'll have an open approach to get up and down and at least save the par. If you miss to the right, you're going to be in a lot more trouble.
Bradley Williams would like to buy that tee shot right there. Brad has handled the headwind very nicely. Needs to pick a disc where he can trust the angle. Played a little bit right, let it drift right back into the center of the fairway. Yeah,
this will work.
Yeah,
this is great.
Yeah, played it a little bit left and let it just drift straight. So nice shot there from the co-leader, Williams.
Nate, this is one of your favorite holes on the course. I don't know if the players are thinking the same, but what do you got on this?
Well, hole number 14 on our finishing run of holes is the most difficult hole of the final 5 holes. Playing as the third most difficult, 24% birdies. The challenge is landing it in bounds. Once you're in bounds, it's a long second shot to a green that is slightly elevated from where the players are in the fairway. And then from beyond the pin, it slopes away, left, right, straight away, all sloping. And that gap right there behind the pin, that's where all the wind just penetrates right through that hole and forces it all right up to that basket. Compared to some other places on this course, you feel like you're in a wind tunnel on 14. Even a 15-foot putt can feel like a 30-footer for our players.
Tops of the trees just blowing everywhere.
Yeah, I think... Oh, here you go, Terry. Take it away.
Well, I think I'm going to follow that up and say you should be watching live disc golf on the Disc Golf Network. Of course, we brought you the first 2 days exclusively live on the network. Go out to discgolfnetwork.com, the home of live disc golf. If you're a PDGA member, you also save yourself 50% of the overall subscription price. And here's Kyle Klein. I promise he's in there somewhere. And really, that's all Kyle could ask for. From there, he's hoping to get up and down and walk away with the par.
What I was getting to, Terry, was that I think for Bradley Williams, the mistake for Bradley has to be a little bit long. You would rather have an uphill tailwind putt than a 30-footer short heading back towards that hill. Yesterday, Bradley, in similar conditions, did very good at lining it up with the pin, good distance control, and he's going to have a nice preview here from Conrad. What is the wind doing to these discs, and how's he going to handle it? In my opinion, that's the mistake that Bradley Williams wants to avoid. That is not the putt that Conrad was looking to have. Headwind outside C1. Here's Ricky from the short grass.
Gets right near the pin, gets the skip to just inside the circle. You'll have a headwind uphill putt for birdie.
It was the putting last year for Ricky on these final few holes that really locked it in. We saw that putt on 17 from last year just a little bit ago. He's going to have to keep making putts.
This can hyzer back, get a little finish to it. Not too bad.
No, that's not bad at all, and that is very similar to where he was yesterday. Pin high. The crosswind is troublesome. Had he been able to filter just about 15 feet, a little bit more, he would have had like more of a tailwind, making that putt just a lot easier. Terry, since that horrible 3-putt on 10 for Lizotte, he's gone 3 birdies in a row. Still hanging in there, 26 down.
Fighting into that headwind, comes up short. He'll still now have a headwind putt from inside the circle. Line 6 at 26 under, trying to get up and down to save the par. And that's a great effort.
Temperature just peaking here at 70 degrees in Clearwater. Average wind 18 miles an hour today, Terry. It's been a challenge, needless to say, right?
Nobody told that to Ricky Wysocki, though.
Yeah, or Adam Hammes. Shot a 13 down. Burr did come in with a 12.
Crazy to see the hottest scores of the tournament coming in during the last round in the windiest of the conditions. Long range for Conrad. Just short of the pin. Conrad will remain at 24 under par.
Just what's got to be going through the mind of Williams hearing all these roars. You just don't know who it's coming from. You know, is it a big putt from Tam, or is it, you know, is it what is going on up there? That's what Williams is. Even if he's blocking it out, it still creeps into your mind when you hear that roar.
Bradley Williams to move to 30 under par. Count it. Williams makes it through the first test. Hole number 14, as you said, one of the most dangerous holes that remain for our competitors. And Bradley Williams walks away with a birdie. He's now birdied 2 out of the last 3. Simon Lizotte answers with a birdie of his own. He's got the last 4 in a row. Klein doing the best he could after the tee shot, walks away with a par.
Last year, Terry, on his way to victory, Ricky Wysocki birdied every hole from 12 to 18. Can he do it again this year? It might be what it needs.
Here he is, the putt on 15. Wysocki answers. He's at 30 under. It's a 2-man race. We'll be right back.
back. Simon Lizotte on the tee. Hole number 15. Perfect.
Yeah, really perfect. The challenge here on 15, A, the wind. That's dead headwind they're dealing with. B, with that headwind, you do not want to finish to the right. The whole right side of this hole is unmown and is down in a low area. And it's very difficult to get up and in from the far right side of this fairway.
Exactly where you were just saying to avoid. We'll see how punishing that is, Nate, but that's exactly what you were just saying. Stay away from there.
Yeah, from down there, it's unknown yet if Williams even has he can see the basket. That hill is that high, plus the tall grass. Advantage Wysocki if we're just looking at how they played 15. Little branch trimming there. Back into the fairway. That's all you need to do here on 15. Give yourself a chance. It's not impossible from where Williams is, but not easy either.
That's also pulled way off to the right side. Trouble for James Conrad. Well, at least if he's looking for the birdie. Ricky Wysocki, the tee of 16.
That's high.
That's pushing way deep of the pin. Nothing to worry about in terms of OB, but that's practically off the property. That is so deep for Ricky Wysocki. Just put too much on it, and then the wind did the rest of it. He had to give it about 75% of the power that he did. And we have Brian Earhart out on the course. Brian, can you, first of all, did they find where Williams landed, and what kind of footing is he going to have?
Yeah, he's down on that right side in the tall grass. I can't quite tell where his disc is from here, but it's usually on some sort of slope with rough footing. He likes to throw those flex shots, but it looks like he's going to have to throw some sort of power hyzer against this headwind, so we'll see. Not optimal.
Appreciate it, Brian, as we're watching James Conrad line up. Certainly worried about the ceiling of this shot, or at least the run-up.
Oh.
And Conrad, his feet slip out from under him. The shot looks like it's going to work to the left side. He'll have a look at a birdie, but hopefully James Conrad, we see him upright and moving on now.
Yeah, he looks to be okay. That's always a scary moment, right on the hip. That can lead to a little bit of pain, but he looks to be okay.
Yeah, and if you're looking over, you see, of course, the wall of spectators moving forward on that bottom right side of that spectator wall. That's where I think we're going to ultimately find Bradley Williams in that darker green grass. But first, Wysocki for birdie.
Is there any way? Oh my goodness.
What a bid.
Terry, that now means that Wysocki has either hit the basket or made birdie for, hit the basket for birdie or made birdie on 16 of 16 holes.
He sits at 11 under.
I mean, Ricky's perplexed of how he got that deep. And to be honest with you, so am I. That was surprising how far back there he got.
The actual footing itself, plus the long grass, plus the hill. There's so many factors here. And Bradley Williams going to a forehand. You have to wonder, did he erase the memories of the forehand attempt he had back on 13? That was not his best shot.
Well, no, it wasn't, but one of the best shots was the one on 7. He can use the tree short of the basket as a guide. He's going to go out and around it. Can it swing against that crosswind? Oh, and that's well short. Well short for Williams, but a safe play nonetheless and a long chance at making birdie.
He's in circle 2.
I mean, the one on 13 wasn't a great tee shot from the sidearm perspective, but the one on 7, I just think from these views, we can't see how much headwind there is. There's a lot of wind against these guys.
That's pushing left. And well outside the circle for Kyle Klein. Klein, remember, sits at 26 under. He is 4 back of your co-leaders in Wysocki and Williams.
Williams, the 34 ranked player in the world. Wysocki, the 1st. Number 1 in the world. Lizotte, number 6 in the world.
All right, so not the eagle throw-in that he wowed us with during round number 2, but Simon Lizotte in good position for birdie.
Williams has been putting well from distance, does have good range.
Albert Tom.
Tom's been hanging in there. Tom had a double bogey run right in the middle of his round.
And you see Ricky with the big smile, even though he's walking away with a par, but he's smiling because he knows he still has a chance to win this, as he's trying to squarely put all the pressure back on Williams to finish strong.
Like I was saying, I think Ricky believes he is going to win this tournament. That is the mind of a champion. You can't have any, well, maybe, hopefully. No. For Ricky, it is, I am going to win. There's nothing that can stop me. Of course, hole 17, so crucial for Ricky. Corridor trees.
And as if it went just right over the top of the basket. Kyle pleased with the line initially, and I thought that was going to just drop right in the middle of the basket, but the wind keeps it up.
Not a must-make for Williams, but a statement putt for really just himself. See how much he wanted it. Knew that one was crucial to his mission.
James Conrad now. This is for birdie. Conrad sits at 24 under. Count it. James Conrad has sprinkled in a few birdies over the last 6 or 7 holes, but it is not going to be enough. He's moved to 25. Meanwhile, Simon Lizotte now back in the conversation that he's put all of these birdies together. I was ready to almost write him off a few holes ago, back on 10. Easy cleanup for Bradley Williams. But Lizotte, meanwhile, has put 5 birdies together and has taken 6 birdies in the last 7 holes.
Yeah, Simon with 2 bogeys today. God, if you just erase those 2, he's sitting at 20, at 30 himself. Lizotte not out of the conversation because 16 is a tough birdie. 17 is as well. It's a short hole, but you got to get down this corridor of trees. And do you see a plaque on the ground? Because I think that's where he made the putt from last year, Terry. This is about 30 feet long, uphill, into a headwind. It's Groundhog's Day for Ricky. He's got to make it if he wants to win. High above number 16. 16 just 402 feet, really nothing in the way, but has played as the 8th most difficult hole. That headwind has just been a huge challenge for the players. Only 20% of the field have taken birdie here on 16. Williams needs to be a part of that 20%.
And we think about how the first year we were out here at the preserve and how much an eagle meant and what was required on the 18th hole in order to secure the championship. Nico LaCastro felt like everybody was eagling hole 18. We saw a star eagle frame during round 1 of our event here in 2022, and man, to put so much pressure on yourself or on your competitor to get the eagle on the final hole today, that might mean the difference of the championship.
It really could. And today, with the way the wind is, just 2 eagles today. Kevin Jones got his eagle from 16 feet, played tremendously well on that hole. Corey Ellis made his eagle from 100 feet, so a throw-in for Ellis. So unlikely eagle up on 18. 18 playing it as the 9th most difficult hole. So that's what they're dealing with. The 9th most difficult on 18, the 10th most difficult on 17, and the 8th most difficult here on 16.
I start thinking about some of the personal relationships, and by that I mean Bradley Williams and Ricky Wysocki often will get Airbnbs together. They will often travel together. You see them making social media posts from hanging out together. Good friends. And at this point, thinking about Wysocki, almost no matter what he does on 17 and 18, he's going to be turning around and watching his good friend Bradley Williams come down that 18th fairway.
Simon with the backwards hat so it doesn't blow off his head.
That's going to blow way left and out of position.
Boy, the thing here on 16 is that was actually the right disc for Lizotte, but the wrong release point. Had he thrown that outright, it would have swung right to the pin, but had he thrown it out right, he might have flipped it a little bit more. So with this type of headwind on a pure hyzer shot, it's all about finding the right speed and penetration into that wind and not letting the wind overtake the disc.
Exactly as you described there. The wind just smashed that down, pulled it over to the right. It never was on the right angle for it to come back. James Conrad likely looking at a par.
Yesterday, Williams did birdie here. Similar conditions.
This is much lower. Oh, and this is going to turn out just fine.
That's dialed.
That is great position. He's going to have a tailwind putt. as opposed to being on the other side of the mound. Bradley Williams keeping it low on the line drive.
Yeah, so he picked the perfect angle and he penetrated nice into that headwind. And even at the end of the flight, the disc really took the wind very nicely.
Well, he gets past the tree, but left side and out of the circle. Kyle Klein will have a long uphill putt.
With how much
with headwind.
With how much wind there is. Okay, here's Ricky. Not so windy here.
They were looking for Albert's disc, so after a lengthy wait, Wysocki misses off the front. Oh, just look at how his demeanor has changed.
The disc went a fair amount away from the basket too for Ricky. It's not a tap in. Boy, to have to wait that long in searching for a disc.
Wysocki swipes up his mini in frustration, but he'll remain at 30 under. That's where Bradley Williams currently is. Of course, best case scenario, Wysocki eagles and can find maybe himself at 32 under. But right now, all knotted up as he heads to his final hole.
And how does that miss putt adjust the mentality for Wysocki? The tee shot on 18, not that easy, and an overly aggressive shot can find water, right? Ricky has to keep it under control, play aggressive, but not with reckless abandon.
Conrad will be settling for a par here. That's going to keep him at 25 under. He'd love to pick up at least one more birdie as he sees himself currently tied for 5th with Adam Hammes and Gannon Burr. Lizotte to get to 29. Kyle Klein, no quit in him either. That's going to push him to 27 under par.
Yeah, and safely in that 4th place position. 1 back of Lizotte, 2 ahead of Conrad. Both Conrad and Klein looking for their highest finishes this season on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Conrad's been very consistent throughout the year, but not as many top 10s as he would like.
Williams for the outright lead.
The first little jiggle of lack of confidence there. His hand was low out directly on the release. It finished low. So, unfortunate miss there.
I'm thinking just of all the scenarios how hole 18 can play out for Ricky Wysocki. We're going to take another look first at Bradley Williams.
And he usually has clean spin, Terry, and watch the wobble on this putt. Yeah, see his hand? Look how low his hand is. And that wobble, it was just a little lack of confidence there from the normally confident Bradley Williams.
So putting in perspective, if Ricky Wysocki were to eagle this final hole, he'd go to 32. That means Bradley Williams would have to at least average birdie on the last two, and that would be just to tie it.
Yes.
Man, Ricky Wysocki, so crucial here.
He just needs short grass. It really doesn't matter where it is.
Oh, that is way turned over for Wysocki.
Watch out.
If this finds water.
Safe. But tall grass, Terry, how does that affect the big swing that he's going to need for that second shot?
That position takes him out of eagle range. I just do not see him getting to the basket into from where he is.
Wow, that'll be that's an interesting perspective there, Terry. You've been to the ground, and I haven't. I mean, I trust you. It's hard to imagine Wysocki laying up right now.
I just don't think he'll have the footwork and have the power to be able to get there from where he is. But
it is tall grass, and it is actually a little rocky over there, isn't it? It's kind of a little bit uneven.
Kyle Klein, however, right down the gut here on hole number 17. Simon following the same, and that's going to be right in front of the basket. Park job for Simon Lizotte. He's trying to move to 29 under.
Now, let's think about it from the perspective of Ricky birdieing 18. If Williams can birdie here on 17, he takes his own destiny into his own hands. A birdie on 18 would give him the bear. But he's got to get down this corridor. We've seen players in the past get caught up early.
That's overturned.
Yep, and that crosswind just shoves it down.
Wow, it was overturned, but late enough that he was already through the tunnel.
One of the shorter holes of this, well, the shortest hole of this course, one of the shortest holes on tour, 243 feet. Williams has been extremely confident with this disc.
And that's clean. This is going to be a great shot for Williams. Inside the circle, he's deep, yes, but still clean, putting back at the basket, closer than even what Wysocki was.
Yes, and on the tailwind side, but it is an elevated putt, you know, with his feet, and then an elevated basket, but a great shot here from Williams. Like I said, with what you're thinking with Wysocki up on 18, Williams able to make that putt, get himself to 31. If Ricky birdies on 18, Bradley Williams has his own destiny in his own hands, and that is the best case scenario on the Pro Tour. He doesn't have to worry about somebody making a putt from the bunker. He doesn't have to worry about somebody getting an eagle or some sort of throw-in. He controls his own destiny. We'll see what Ricky can do out of the tall grass on 18.
First, we rejoin. A lofty putt by James Conrad, who's just going to throw it in.
Casually.
It felt like that was a half run by Conrad. You didn't see him jump and lunge forward like you usually do with aggression. This time he just lofts it up, finds the bottom of the basket. James Conrad picks up the birdie. This is Kyle Klein to go to 28 under. And he answers, momentarily tying him up with Simon Lizotte. Simon Lizotte. That would have pulled him within 1 of the lead. Instead, he'll be at least 2 back going into the final hole.
Williams is on the slightly better side from a wind perspective. It's just coming across his face from his left.
Huge putt to go to 31 under for Bradley Williams. Cashes it.
Yeah, very solid putt. That disc he's holding in his left hand. He has been so confident with that thing throughout these 3 days. Now it's only time will tell what Ricky's going to do.
Your leader, Bradley Williams, is at 31 under. Wysocki's in the fairway on hole 18. The exciting conclusion on the other side of this commercial break.
Having my own line of discs, all named after sound design terms, is a dream come true for me. I'm just so thankful for Prodigy for believing in me and giving me this opportunity to have a couple amazing discs under my name that I can trust.
Whether you know it or not, you have a brand, and we have discs. Let's put them together and make something really cool. We've got plenty of discs and are ready to stamp or Dimax them however you'd like.
Isn't it expensive?
Well, guy who asks convenient questions, at Dynamic Discs you can see what's available and fill out the form to see what it'll cost you before you even order. Sometimes I fill it out just for fun, because you can watch the numbers go. Anyways, head to dynamicdiscs.com/custom to place your custom order and grow your brand, whatever that is.
Welcome back. Crucial shot here for Ricky Wysocki. We were talking about the footing. Nate, look how far down he is.
And he fell. He just fell, Terry.
He gives it a full pull. That looks way too high.
Oh, that's water.
Oh, Ricky Wysocki out of bounds. I didn't think he had the footing. I didn't think he had the angle. And Ricky Wysocki comes up short and OB.
And Bradley Williams was watching that from the tee. He actually saw that by the time they had caught up to it. So, heartbreak for Wysocki.
It looks like his title defense will likely come to a close here because Bradley Williams just will need a par to finish this out.
Yes. Well, potentially a bogey, but we'll see what Ricky does. We would imagine he gets up and down, but you never know.
Bradley certainly doesn't need the eagle, as we were just postulating moments ago, though.
Yes.
Just think of how the short time that was where we thought that's what he might need.
Just inbounds here, Terry. That is absolutely perfect. Had Ricky had that tee shot, it would have been a different story. Ricky from that low area. Big hug for Bradley. Moans and groans rippling through the course of what happened to Wysocki. What a shot from Wysocki.
That might be the longest tee shot we've seen all weekend here on 18.
The
that Zuka replay, looking for his reaction.
The man has been unflappable. We've seen every shot for 2 days. He's reacted in the exact same way throughout both of those days. Unless something crazy happens, Bradley Williams, 2,191 days separated from his last Pro Tour victory, will lift the bear here at the Preserve.
6 years ago to the day. Back then, you had to do it in a playoff. Yeah, we're talking playoffs. Him and Michael Joe. They took it to hole number 1 out at Maple Hill, the first ever Disc Golf Pro Tour event. Bradley Williams pitches to the mouth. He's able to just basically lay up due to the OB by Michael Johansson. And as he taps in, well, I excitedly got to move in and have a chat with him. And pretty soon, I think our own Brian Earhart's going to be doing the same. Brian, before we let you go, any parting shots or words out there as you're on the ground?
I mean, this has been just an incredible week of disc golf all across the board, MPO and FPO. But what I'm really glad to see is I'm so happy that the spectators who are newer to disc golf got to see the brilliance of Bradley Williams. I think most of the veteran players on tour that have played with Bradley would put him in their top 5 lists when it comes to backhand shot shaping. He's absolutely brilliant, moving the disc left to right and all sorts of different shot shapes. So I'm so happy people got to see his technical prowess, and just a huge congratulations to him as he finishes up this 18th hole.
Well said, Brian. So many of our newer players who haven't seen Bradley on the podium or taking down big wins in the last few years may not even recognize or know just how good he is, but he's proven it this weekend.
I've said it time and time again. He's the veteran's veteran. Everybody knows him on tour. I think Brian said that perfectly. Great shot maker. What did we say the keys to victory? A shot maker's paradise. Bradley Williams, certainly one of those.
And the reign of Ricky Wysocki will come to a close at 30 under. Not quite enough. However, he put up one heck of a fight here today. Ricky Wysocki averaging 10 under per round. Double G, who's been on fire, also giving him the props. Now Kyle Klein still just trying to fight off his teammate for the podium spot. Klein sits at 28 under. Simon Lizotte also sits at 28 under. They're both 2 shots clear of James Conrad. So it's a matter of will they remain tied, or can one of them jump ahead of the other?
Yeah, and they're both in position to go for the green. I think more importantly, you can see the wind coming off of Klein's left.
Whoa. Is the route less traveled?
That's OB. Oh. That should be, oh, maybe safe?
I think he's going to be safe. There is an area over there before it finds the cart path. I'm thinking he's going to be safe on that side. But
Williams,
really out of contention for an eagle.
Right. Williams just has to lay up. The only thing for Bradley Williams to not win this tournament is to throw it in the water. Or I should say any out of bounds. It brings bogey into play. A chip just to the front of the green, the old ball golf green that is at the end of this section of fairway is all he needs. I mean, it looks like he's going for it. More power to him if he gets it.
Bradley Williams, a crush on it. He's going to find himself somewhere in the bunker, which is safe. just short of the green, probably similar to where Eagle McMahon needed to make a putt to force a playoff last year. But Bradley Williams will be able to pitch up from there, and Williams will be your champion.
Yeah, that shot right there that's what does it. That's what completes the run for Bradley Williams. I believe Bradley's biggest payout was $2,500 back at that Maple Hill event. Today, $8,000 for first.
My, how times are changing, Nate.
That's right.
We got to get you out of retirement back on the course. Here's Simon Lizotte. And that effort is short.
Oh boy, is that going to be a red flag? Spotter does not see it. It's a maybe. So both Klein and Lizotte are unknowns.
I keep thinking one's trying to push the other off the podium. Meanwhile, as one's running to the podium, the other one's saying, "Oh, no, I'm going to trip you" or something. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But Lizotte and Klein struggling here to close out the tournament.
Terry, I keep thinking about Ricky. You know, you were basically saying there's no way he can get there. I'm saying there's no way I can see him lay up. And we were kind of both right. It was bad footing on that right side that eventually got Wysocki.
I just thought a number of factors would prevent him from getting to the pin, and James Conrad will have a long look at Eagle.
One hell of an effort from Ricky, though, right? I mean, all that time off, you know, dealing with the flare-up, having to skip Portland and Beaver State.
We'll have him to come back and defend the title, or attempt to defend his title here, to shoot 30 under par, to show that he's still 100% still a viable competitor, even with that time off, maybe a little bit of rust. Ricky Wysocki, nothing to hang his head about, shooting 30 under, coming up just barely short to his good friend in Bradley Williams. We asked earlier, but now I'm going to call it Bradley Williams about to hoist the bear.
Love you, baby. Love you guys. Kale, give me the bear, dude. Come on. That's the trophy. You'll get your name engraved on it. Wow, that's awesome. That's good training.
And Bradley Williams looking to do that in just a few moments.
Yeah, and Bradley will get his initials etched in that trophy.
Go from an RW to a BW.
Yeah, Terry, really good call there too. In the off season, Bradley Williams spending some time with Ricky. Yeah, at that point, you know, Bradley's thinking, hey, I want to take my game to the next level. I'm going to spend time with, you know, one of the greatest players of all time, training together, doing disc golf strong together, practicing, putting, and it all pays off, you know, here for Bradley Williams. Are we saying that, you know, this is Bradley's, you know, time to shine, and that he's going to be the favorite heading into, you know, Idlewild? No, but we're saying this is a really good win from a very good player, and this could give him that confidence to go on and win other big events.
Simon Lizotte looks like he's added a layer. Getting a little chilly in Minnesota, which is not how we started the weekend.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was back on 16. That headwind was cooling everybody off.
See a little disappointment on Ricky's face, although he's signing autographs for the fans. But you know he'll be the first to hug Bradley Williams.
Oh, most definitely. And it's the disappointment is in the slip and fall on 18. You know, you just, as a competitor, Ricky, by the way, is a competitor's competitor. And, you know, that's not how he wants to see it go down. He would rather see it go down with a missed putt or opportunity or a great shot by Bradley. Bradley getting the eagle to take it over. So a little bit left on the stick there for Ricky.
James Conrad for birdie. And really, other than a few ratings points, that putt really meant nothing. James Conrad wasn't going to move up and catch Kyle or Simon, and he wasn't going to move down to fall back to Adam Hammis. So James Conrad finishing in 5th. And Simon Lizotte will not complete the trifecta of 3 DGPT event wins in a row. However, a solid performance. He's now finished runner-up and in 3rd at this tournament in 2 out of the 3 years that he's played it. So very solid performances by Simon Lizotte. Kyle Klein's had a slow year, and this might jumpstart him as he moves into Idlewild. And Bradley Williams, 6 years to the day, is again your champion at the Disc Golf Pro Tour, winning here at the Preserve. Congratulations, Bradley.
Give it up!
Bradley, congratulations on a phenomenal week of disc golf. The last time you won was the very first Disc Golf Pro Tour event in 2016 at Maple Hill. How does it feel to win after all this time here at the Preserve?
It feels like finding my way again, and it feels great.
You threw some absolutely masterful shots in this absolutely wild, swirling wind throughout the week. Can you talk through your strategy and kind of your swing thoughts going into some of these wild parts of the course?
So I was focusing on footwork and angle control. I was trying to get like a hard hit on all my drives to try to trap the disc on the angle. I had really good spin this week. My wrist, I was like doing my wrist stretches and stuff. I had really nice spin, and I was committing early in the week on the putts. And then a little bit of like destiny and fate was kind of like, I felt like I was being tugged forward through the rounds by something outside of myself. I really felt like I was being pulled through the course, and I was like shocked and surprised, and I was just riding it.
A phenomenal feeling, I'm sure. Did you know at any point in the round that Ricky Wysocki was absolutely charging and ended up tying you on hole number 14?
I didn't know until after my tee shot on 18, and then I was like, oh no, I gotta get across the lake still. So,
well, a phenomenal victory for you, and congratulations again. What's next for you?
I'm gonna go to Madison, Wisconsin, and root on the ladies, and maybe do some swimming.
Well, congratulations. Go celebrate.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
And again, congratulations to Bradley Williams. Initial take on that, Nate?
Well, I really love to hear that it's the preparation, but also the destiny. 6 years to the day. I'm going to say it one more time. That's 2,191 days ago. This guy lifted a trophy in dramatic fashion up at Maple Hill. I think the proof is in the pudding, and if he stay committed, destiny is certainly yours, and Bradley Williams is proof of that.
Well, it was incredible. Again, congratulations. We're going to get more from Bradley Williams. We're going to have our OTB after show, our OTB shot of the day, all of that and more on the other side of this commercial break. We'll be right back.
I won a tournament. What? Let's go. 2 times. You have to wear the ring. 2 times DGPT champ. You got 2?
You won the tournament, dude.
I won
you won the tournament.
Let's go, Kelly. What are your tournaments?
Hey, Bradley's going to finish up scores real quick.
Yep.
Power Grip, Europe's #1 disc golf shop, is now available in the United States. Our selection is constantly growing as we build on strong relationships throughout the disc golf industry. It doesn't matter the question you have, where you're from, or your skill level, Power Grip is here to help. Shop us online at powergripusa.com.
Details are everything when you're at the top of your craft. Step up to my lie with good footing. I settle into my motion. My grip is firm but comfortable. Release my arm up. The release needs to pop. Focusing on what I'm going to do without any consequences. My craft is in the details because details are the difference.
That's the future of disc golf right there. I mean, that kid is going to be a force to be reckoned with now, next year, and 10 years. Just look forward to many more battles with him.
To win this event is a great stepping stone in my career, and hopefully I can win a couple more soon.
To me, Airborne is the expression of flight. That's kind of the representation of the brand that we wanted to build. The visual that we wanted to get from this stamp is the connection between man and nature, and man's connection to the natural world that people are able to find through disc golf. We wanted to have a disc that all players could trust. It'll be a great tool for a lot of players. It feels great to have Prodigy have enough trust and faith in me to make this disc for me and to make this full line. And I'm so excited to be able to share it with the whole disc golf world.
Our champion, Bradley Williams, is standing by. He's with the PDGA's own Hayden Henry. Guys, take it away.
Here with Bradley Williams. Bradley, you're walking off the course and you said, I won a tournament.
Yep.
What does it feel like?
It feels like amazing ride and like a ton of stress and almost disbelief and shock.
This is your 126th win in your long career.
Yep, long career. Right.
Where does it stack up?
Probably one of my greatest wins. Like, I think the first 2 rounds, just the way they played and the way that I was playing was just an amazing experience. And then with the growth of disc golf and all the gallery and the fans and the production and the media, I just felt like it felt like the most amazing experience to be out playing as a player, to play well in this environment. And then today was like all the nerves and the mistakes and the bad footing and the not committing to putts. So to just kind of battle through that all around today in the win, and then to finish out like 1 shot away from someone else who played really well, it's an amazing like accomplishment and a feeling.
You know, we've heard the stats. You know, 2016 Vibram Open to the day.
Yep.
How crazy is that to even comprehend?
It's I didn't know about it until this round before we played, but through the first 2 days, I felt like I was being pulled through the rounds. Like, I felt like I was being taken on a ride that I wasn't aware of. I really felt like there was destiny involved. And then they told me today that this was like the kind of anniversary to win with Paige Pierce at the Vibram Open in 2016.
You played 375 events. When's the last time you had that feeling like you just described where it's just pulling you through it?
I think I played a tournament in Delaware. I came back on Ricky 6 strokes the last day, and that was the last time I had that feeling where I was just getting pulled through the course and I was just on a flow with life and destiny. It was just, that was the last time I can remember a feeling like that.
Stepping up to the tee box today, any nerves or outside? I mean, obviously some nerves. Or what was your emotion?
I think the emotion on hole 1 was good. Yeah, I started off the day like I felt pretty good off the tee.
All right, you got to break down the throw in on 5. What did you see, and what didn't you see when you heard the chains?
So when you make shots like that, if you're a veteran player or someone like me, we always talk, there's like a little bag of magic juice you have, like a little pouch on your hip. And I just was like kind of like tapping on that, like trying to like feel those vibes in that shot, and then I channeled it and put it on a shot. And I wanted a really good shot to get the par, but I guess I tapped into the juice a little too hard and it just went straight in.
Well, it was working all weekend. That's Bradley Williams, your preserved champion. Thank you, Brad.
Cheers.
Yeah, baby.
All right.
Wow, some incredible insight here from Bradley Williams. We're going to take another look at some of these shots. He said he felt good on hole number 1. Well, that shot proves it. And then he headed over to hole number 2. Just on line the entire way. Going just deep of the pin. He'd pick up the birdie there. Man, I don't know how much he's selling magic juice for, but I'm buying it. And he said he tapped on it a little too hard there. Yeah, that's you, Bradley. And then a huge putt there on hole number 7. Comes back on the next one, hole 8, putting himself in position. You wouldn't know there's that much wind out there by the way that he dissected the course, and the person that he was also battling with in Ricky Wysocki. Fortunately, he didn't capitalize. That was one of the few mistakes he made out there today, but the entire card all inside 20 feet here on hole number 12. He'd go on to make that birdie, and you said it, this is one of the most dangerous greens, Nate. Hole 14, talking about that momentum to carry him into the back. Hole 17 he picked up, which Ricky didn't, and that seemed to be enough to carry him over to 18. He didn't know what was going on, but he found safety off the tee on 18, went big, and it really didn't matter. A par was all he really needed, but he closes out with a birdie and busts my bracket. I was calling for 33 as the win. He gets to 32 under. He hoists the bear. BW to be etched on the trophy. He also gets a championship ring. Pretty exciting stuff, Nate. Somehow we have to find a way to work ourselves down off of that excitement that we saw from Ricky Wysocki and the rest of the lead card. Bradley Williams earning it today.
Yeah, and just watching that highlight package reminds me how important the road is versus the destination. The destination this weekend for Bradley Williams is the trophy. It's the ring on his finger. It's his name etched on the bear. But the road is what's more important. It's what he's going to remember, feeling like he's getting pulled through the course, destiny on his side, and it's only one day every 6 years that you can have it be on the same day. And also Paige Pierce did that earlier today. I really just don't know what to say, honestly, because Bradley, that package we just saw, that was day one, that was day two, and that was today. He basically played the same way every single shot and was committed. And it's a great victory for a person who has over 100 of them. It's his best, according to him.
Yeah, also his largest paycheck. And to think about, again, where we've come 6 years ago, the vision, Steve Dodge, and literally just a handful of us, all part of that initial Disc Golf Pro Tour offering that took place. The Pro Tour, mind you, was just 5 events during that first year.
Started mid-season.
Yeah, back in 2016, June of 2016, just 5 events. The next year it doubled, and then we continued to grow from there. And now Bradley Williams, he talked about what it meant to him to not only get pulled through the course and have those feelings, but then also the crowds, the galleries, the media, everything that we've grown into. And Bradley Williams, I just can't think of a more special way. Like you said, 6 years later, and everything can be said on Paige Pierce's side. Paige has found the winner's circle a few more times than Bradley at big events, but nonetheless, she wins the first one. Then 6 years later, she's winging again. Both incredible champions, both with their Texas roots.
Yeah.
There's something about that destiny and everything that they've been doing. Congratulations to both of them. Well, as always, we're here at the OTB Shot of the Day. Let's take a look at it. And really,
it's the magic juice, Terry. I have some, actually. Mine's expired, but I'll give it to you. Bradley Williams is still good. And it was an incredible, it was an incredible shot. And, you know, honestly, I was hole 4. He lost strokes to his card mates. And right there, he gained 2 shots on everybody else in the card. Here's the view from the catch cam. And really, he had been doing this all weekend long, just giving it chances on every single shot. And just, like I said, that wouldn't have been more than 10 feet away from the basket. Incredible from Bradley Williams. Congratulations on a great victory and a great shot.
Well, he said it, to quote him, "It feels like finding my way again." And Bradley Williams, your champion here at the 2022 Preserve Championships, presented by LaVisca Design. Yeah, you're the champion, Bradley. For Brian Earhart out in the field, along with Nate Doss, along with Valerie Jenkins throughout the weekend, thank you guys so much for joining us. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. In just a few days, we'll be in Madison, Wisconsin. We're bringing you the 2022 United States Women's Disc Golf Championships live exclusively right here on the Disc Golf Network. We'll see you then.